Welcome back to Nintagious. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. We got some more Picross on our hands. We took last week off for no particular reason other than just I could feel that I wasn't in the right mind space for it. Being able to focus is definitely like an important factor of these streams in particular. And last week my head just wasn't in the game. I had that eye doctor appointment that I was stressing about for no reason in particular, like for no reason at all, because absolutely everything was fine. The kitty wasn't feeling well, and that was stressing me out. But now you feel good, don't you? Do you want to come up and say hi before we get started? I'm feeling you're gonna bolt. Yeah. Yep, there you go. But anyway. Yeah, just mentally I wasn't in the right place for it last week. But this week, we're good to go. I don't know if we'll finish it tonight. I'd like to, but I don't think that's necessarily in the cards. We have Mario's stuff all complete. It looks like we're on the final level for Wario, but I can guarantee that they're going to unlock more after this. I don't fully know. I've tried to triangulate how many more levels there are. But I'm not sure. So we're just going to wing it, and I would assume that the puzzles are going to get to the point where we start taking like 20 minutes per puzzle and such. So don't think we're going to finish it tonight, but we'll see what happens. You're sitting down there mewing. Sitting down there mewing. You know you're gonna have to come up if you're doing that. You can't just beg for attention and expect me to not pull one of these. You know. Should I just cancel the stream? Should I just cancel the stream and just sit here and cuddle you? Is that what you want? I think that is what you want, but I don't think that's gonna happen. We have picks to cross. Or crosses to pick. I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah, enough. Said your hellos. Let's get in there. Without further ado. I think I forgot that we were on 20 by 20. So that's a little intimidating. But, we'll just see what happens. I'm still hoping that I kind of want to hit a bit of a stride with Picross here, because I'd like to clear some of these out to the point that I could potentially even take a break from it for a little while. But we have a long ways to go before we could potentially do that. We're not necessarily close to that. Not that I really want to rush it or anything. Because these have been a good time. Let's see. But I'm also learning a valuable lesson from Bravely Default, which, as per usual, don't get it twisted, but because I have still, I don't have any regrets on picking that game up and playing it still, but putting it on the shelf for a little bit and being able to just do whatever the hell I feel like has been, like, super liberating. I was actually sitting around last night thinking, I don't know what I'm gonna stream the next 2 days, and I kind of love that. Like, I kind of love that it's that open. I can just do whatever the hell I want to do. If I want to do some more Avengers, I can do that. If I want to make time that we can do a little bit more Risk of Rain, I can do that. And for a while there, with Bravely Default, I was not able to do that. It was basically like, I was just kind of anchored to that at all times. And it kind of reaches a point where it's like, it's not that the fun doesn't matter, because, like, I was still having fun with it, for sure. Like I said, no regrets, but I started to feel overwhelmed by all these other things I can do, could be doing. So, Picross is kind of similar. Like, I'm having fun with doing the Picross streams. But I also have that moment of, if we can, like, reach a certain milestone that I've set for myself, then that means we can just kind of, we can take a small break and just do whatever I want with Monday nights for a while. Although realistically, I will probably try to keep in theme with the kind of puzzler kind of stuff. Stuff that's a little bit more thought-provoking, perhaps. That being said, I do have a couple things in mind there. Maybe not even like puzzlers, but maybe just stuff that's more strategic, perhaps. good start. Whoops. But at the moment, the goal there is to get through this game and finish Picross S5, which we were already working on for a bit. And then we'll have, like, everything that we've started will be complete. And that's still something that's kind of looming over me at the moment, is games that I've started but not finished. The Monster Hunter Crash Courses are still kind of looming over me in that regard, where I'm like, I gotta get those done. Which again, now that now we're taking a bit of a break from Bravely Default, and like that's so tricky for me. I'm almost not comfortable calling it a break, because I know deep down that there's a fairly reasonable chance that we're probably never gonna pick it back up. Sad to say. But that chance does exist. But, that does give us a little freedom to play around with the schedule, is my overall point. So I might do something like, I might set aside, like, 2 days in a row to finish up the Crash Courses or something and just knock them out. That's not right. Back it up. That was almost catastrophic. Apparently, apparently I'm not really in the game just yet. We'll get there. Slow and steady step at a time. This is one of those puzzles that I think is trying to... Well, I don't think they necessarily designed them with this in mind, but it's one of those puzzles that's very... tricky because of the fact that it's kind of... It looks like it's going to be symmetrical, right? For the most part. Which kind of tricks you into being, like, thinking, you know? Thinking you know where every piece is gonna go. Like stuff like these horns, I could have assumed that those were going to be symmetrical, but that might have been a poor mistake, because one of them might have been, like, cut in half or something. I think it was pretty much symmetrical, except for the nose and, like, one detail on the lower, on, like, the shoulders. But still, assuming that it would have been inevitably a mistake. Always is. Oh, man. I did not sleep super well. Which, as far as this summer goes, I suppose isn't terribly surprising. It feels like it's often like one day on, one day off. On, Saturday, I slept super well. Which was surprising. Might take me a while to shake it off and get into the groove of things. But the way I see it, when it comes to these streams in particular, it's not necessarily terrible if I wind up just focusing on the gameplay for a little while, because I think this content in particular really appeals to a certain set of offline viewers, which is totally fine, and I think they're more focused on the gameplay anyway, and they're not necessarily as interested in, like, the chatter. So sometimes keeping it moving isn't a terrible thing, basically. I'm kind of surprised, though, on that note, that that there is an audience for this sort of content at all, because I don't know. I tend to get in my own head about it and be like, nah, people wouldn't find this interesting, right? That being said, from a stream standpoint, from like the live viewer angle, it may potentially be a better idea to pace it a little bit better, which is why I'm thinking break time is probably a good idea. Unfortunately, I think we still have, like, a month's worth of Picross streams before we'll be able to do that, so... Unless I decide to take a break after this one, but I'd rather not do that, but I guess we'll see what happens. We're definitely in that cycle here again that I've mentioned before, where every new puzzle, I'm all ready to get in there, but as soon as I load it up and I'm like, I take one look at the blank board, I'm like, oh god. What have I done? What was I thinking? It's kind of intimidating. Hey, Volpe. How's it going? The music's got me again, though, it seems. Or at least that far. Or at least that deep in the stream. You started playing this too, right, Volpe? Have you still been playing it, or...? Oh, you found out how to get the book. You had to talk to someone and you don't like talking to people. You know what? At that age, at your age, and even as old as I am now, I have that same problem. Like, that's something that JRPGs and I don't really get along on. Is I tend to, I'm not much of a talk to every NPC kind of player. And that does get me in trouble sometimes. But you're definitely not alone on that. A lot of it for me is I often feel like all of the random NPCs, like, they're not interesting to talk to. I guess it's my problem. A lot of the times I'll just feel like I'm talking to them just to find those magic pixels, right? They're not really telling me interesting stories where I'm like, oh, I'm glad I talked to this NPC. That was a very interesting story that really enriched my experience with the game. That doesn't really happen. Now, in some games it will, of course, but... I have that issue with a lot of MMOs now. Whenever I'll decide to, like, try out some free-to-play MMO or something, I'm always very critical of stuff like that. Like, if the first moments of the game are the NPCs just talking at you, I'm like, what is this? This isn't gameplay. Like, what? Let me play the fucking game. Like, I don't care about your story. You have to... I think a lot of games don't realize that they have to... Maybe they don't have to, because this doesn't apply to every player. But for me, and I think for a lot of others, you have to earn our interest. You can't just expect us to immediately care. You can't just go... I have a story to tell you, and have us go, oh, I'm listening. Like, it's not that simple. You have to earn it. You have to make us care first. And a lot of games don't seem to care to make you care. They just expect you to care. You're not getting sick again under there, are you, kitty? Because I'm gonna have to shoo you out if it's gonna start getting bad again. Every time I hear you sneeze, I'm like, That's one of the things I think Final Fantasy IX does really well, is that the first moments of the game, they don't really, like, it's the exact opposite of what happens in Final Fantasy XIII. Whereas Final Fantasy XIII, you boot the game up, and they're just like, exposition! You're here to hear the story, right? Story! Here's story. Story? Story? You want some story? How about some story? And it's like, dude, I don't fucking care about the story yet. Let me play the game. Whereas Final Fantasy IX is the exact opposite, where they boot the game up and they're like, here's the characters, aren't they cute? And you're like, yeah. Hey, these characters are pretty cool. And then by the time story starts to happen, you're like, well, I care. I'm invested because I like these characters and I care what happens to them. Whereas Final Fantasy XIII in particular is very... We made Final Fantasy VII, so we know you care, right? Because, you know, we're great. We can do no wrong. It just comes off as this very... I think it comes off as the game and potentially the creators, or the writers, perhaps more accurately, being very arrogant, and they're like, I mean, I wrote the story. Of course the player cares. And it's like, no, you gotta work for it. Now, I think some players will basically just care about any story that's thrown at them, but they won't all be able to do that. Kind of depends on how you feel about story in video games to begin with, I think. Some people value it a little bit more, and those people are probably able to just sit down and just take a story for no matter what it is, good or bad. They'll just be like, yeah, it's a story. I found, like, recently that some people seem to think that any story is good story, which I don't agree with. But I think for some people, legitimately, as long as there's a story there, they're happy. They don't care how good it is, it's just, there is a story. Anyway, I'll pause to do some chat catching up after this, by the way. Also, it is the Americas. I think the answer we're looking for is the Americas. You know, honestly, I was thinking about this a bit last night, and I don't know what put me on this train of logic, but I would honestly love the opportunity to, like, make a game, like, direct a game, and, like, put my money where my mouth is, and see if, does any of this nonsense that I talk about, could I actually make it function as a game? Oh, Xenoblade 2 has a star system, so you know when they have something to say. See, I like it when games do that. For sure. Monster Hunter Rise does that. Where you can, like, look at the map and you'll see little speech bubbles with exclamation points in them to let you know, like, someone here wants to talk. I dislike when games expect you to just comb every area every, like, hour. See if anything new has been added. Let me finish, chat reading. You said you got the level 10 on Mario's side. It's pretty good progress. Especially since you said you're not, like, playing it a lot. How many were there? 12? Getting in the game isn't supposed to be special, it's more of getting into the world. Yeah, it's introducing not only the characters, but the world. So I think, like, just front-loading it with exposition is, like, typically not a good way to do things. Because, yeah, for me, the fuck do I care? Like, you have to, like I said, they have to earn it. They have to, They have to get me interested and pull me in. They can't just be like... Story? You want story? You want some story? Yes, but, like, I want a good story that's actually going to captivate me and pull me in, and not just story for the sake of story. Presentation matters, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And a lot of free-to-play MMOs have this problem in particular, where there's no presentation. It's just you spend the first 30 minutes walking, like, finding quest NPCs in a town, and then reading a short story. And it's like... In this day and age, like, I think we can do better than that. That was a problem I had with Final Fantasy XIV. I tried that, like, a couple weeks ago. Might even be longer by now. And that was, a definite issue I had with it. The first, like, hour and a half of that game was just walking around the quest hub, reading dialogue. And I was like, dude, I haven't even played the fucking game yet. Why do you think I care? Like, I don't just care by default. You have to, you have to, like, pull me in, and this isn't pulling me in. But, like I said, I think maybe it's a matter of I'm not the audience. I'm not the target audience. Because I think there are players that works for them. You put them into a game and sit them down and give them that much dialogue to read, and they're super happy. They're like, oh yeah, fucking story. I love this. I guess my thing is, and this is something I feel like we've been talking about a lot lately, is that you can do both. You can craft it in a way that both players will care. You don't have to pick one or the other. I feel like Genshin Impact did it pretty well. Is one I can think of that's like, oh, here's a good way of doing it. They kind of... Genshin Impact is very character focused. And I guess I'm realizing the more time passes that that's the sort of storylines I like. Even if it's, like, kind of a not great storyline, you can probably get me to care if the characters are interesting enough. Maybe an oversimplified way of putting it, but if I boot up a game, it's not right. And their method of storytelling is the characters just going, I'm interesting. That doesn't interest me. You have to give me a reason to be interested instead of just puking your life story on me and expecting me to be, like, super captivated by it. And this is going... That went pretty far off the rails, but I think that's why I've always had an issue in video games with talking to every NPC. It's like, but NPCs aren't interesting. They have to make the NPCs interesting for me to want to talk to them. Yo, dude, it's a Lakitu. Hold on. We've got, like, an actual fucking... We actually have a Mario Picross, dude. It's happening. It's happening right in front of us. It happened. Wasn't it Scarlet that complained about the fact that there's no actual Mario Picrosses? There it is, dude. To be like Mario 64, you read signs. But yeah, so Mario 64 doesn't force you to read those signs. Can we see more Mario Picrosses? Oh my god, my allergies are freaking out. How did this happen? What have I done to deserve this? Hit me, like, very abruptly. What else is new, though, I guess? Yeah, sad truth is I've reached that point with allergies, where I'm just like, yep, that's life. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's a solid starting point. Yeah, that's why it's called Mario Picross, because there's one puzzle of a Lakitu. Yup. Nailed it. What, there was just that one. Yeah, the fact that it took this long and then we finally saw a Mario Picross is like, yeah, it's pretty random. Are there gonna be more? Are we on a kick now where we're just gonna see a bunch of them? Or like, what's the deal? You know what another thing I think it is that and this might be a hot take. A lot of major JRPG fans might disagree with me on this, but I think the other thing is that talking to NPCs isn't gameplay. You're not playing a game when you do that. Like that, you know what I mean? That's not gameplay. I think that's another reason why as a kid I was always like, why would I do that? That's not gameplay, dude. You know what I mean? Like I said in regards to Final Fantasy XIV, like, I just want to play the game. If I wanted to just talk to NPCs, I'd play a visual novel, right? There's an entire genre where that's the idea. So, which, okay, back then, like, back in the day, visual novels probably weren't so much of a thing, but, like, today they are. So I guess that thought came about from the... Well, people would say visual novels are gameplay. It's like, yeah, but that is the gameplay in that case. I don't play a Zelda game to talk to characters. I play a Zelda game to adventure. It's a fucking action-adventure game. It's not a talking to people game. Because I remember, like, as a kid, I remember that being an issue with JRPGs, where people would be like, well, you're supposed to talk to people, and it's like... And I was always like, why would I do that? I don't want to talk to people, I want to play the game. Anyway, my overall point is that I get you. I get why you'd be like, I don't want to do that. I've been there. Turtles. Not Koopas. Turtles. Well, that's cruel. They're not Koopas. I just said that. They're just turtles. Also, another good example I think is Dragon Quest XI. I wanted to talk to NPCs in that game because everyone was super interesting. I think they did a good job of that in that game in particular, with making it so I wanted to talk to NPCs, because I felt like they actually had interesting things to say and interesting stories to tell. It sucks that Bravely Default is gonna kind of go down the same way Dragon Quest XI did, where eventually it just got too fucking grindy and punishing, and I was like, alright, enough is enough. Despite the fact that I'm, like, really enjoying the game, they, like, crossed a line that now I'm like, well, guess we're done. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, Dragon Quest XI was delightful until it reached that point where it just got, like, super hard and grindy. And then I was like, I think I'm over it. What I'm realizing these, like, more and more is that it's very easy for a JRPG to, like, lose my trust. Like, I'll turn on them very fast if they cross a line. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what the hell am I looking at? It's supposed to be a seahorse? Seahorse hedgehog? Like, what am I looking at? No, it's not a fuzzy. It was kind of looking like that at one point, sure. Yeah, up through Act 2. Dragon Quest XI was, like, super delightful. It was just, yeah, Act 3 is when I was like, I think enough is enough. And sadly, I think that's, as I said, I think that's kind of what's happening with Bravely Default too, where it was just like, it just went a little too far. Which is really unfortunate. I'd like to actually finish the game. I would have liked to actually finish Dragon Quest XI too, but... I don't know. Like I said, it just went a little too far. Not to talk about Bravely Default as if it's absolutely a dead series and we're not going back to it, but I'm just being realistic that we probably won't, because I know myself. I know there's a decent chance that I just won't pick it back up. The last couple nights I've found myself in situations where I'm like, I need something to do. Like, I've finished everything else that I wanted to do tonight. I have a little bit of time to... I'm not ready to go to sleep yet. What should I do? Well, I guess I could do that Bravely Default grinding. I don't really feel like it. It's like, that's just the sad end to that story, I think. Because I'm just kind of like, nah, I don't really want to. She's snoring under my bed. And it's amazing that I can hear her through my headphones. Oh my god. Did you guys hear that? I doubt you can, but she's fucking snoring. What I should probably do with Bravely Default is just turn it on to the easier difficulty, just for the sake of finishing the game and the series being complete. But I'm, like, almost too proud to do that. Even though I feel like the game kind of betrayed me with how it was suddenly like, oh, everything's just gonna murder you. After, we know that you've put in 150 hours on this game, and spent a lot of time with it, and we appreciate that, but, do you feel like spending, like, a couple dozen grindings so that you can get stronger to actually finish the game? And it's like, that's when I was like, no. You've gone too far. Like, just 100% gone too far. We don't know that. Back that up. I feel like, you mean as in you can't change it later? I feel like most games won't let you change the difficulty later. I didn't even consider changing the difficulty on Bravely Default because I assumed that I couldn't. It wasn't until later that I was like, oh, I can change it? I really don't particularly want to, though. Really don't. Especially because I'm worried that on the lower difficulty, that the game is just going to be, like, completely free, and there's going to be no challenge left whatsoever. No, that's right. I can't shake the yawns tonight. I kind of had a bad feeling when I got up. Because I was just like, I was so tired when I woke up. But I also didn't want to cancel Picross again after canceling it last week. I'm sure I'll shake myself out of it. It's just at the moment I'm a dragon a little bit. So I must ask you all to bear with me. As I was saying a little bit ago, I think the main audience for Picross stuff are people who watch the archives more than the streams. And I think they tend to prefer that the action keeps moving anyway. And they're not really necessarily looking for the chatter. So it's not too big of a crime to just put the full focus on gameplay. That is the worst drawing of a piggy bank I've ever seen. Oh, and then he just murders it. Okay. Okay.
Hey, you did it.
What a weird pose. On we go. New music, new music. I can feel that we're going up in difficulty a little bit here. I can feel it. Notice we don't have any, like, big numbers in the teens anymore. That was kinda... that was helping us in those earlier levels. I don't think I like this music track. It's like... It sounds like a haunted music box, like this is the last thing I heard before I died, kind of thing. The way it's, like, just slightly, like, out of tune. It's very off-putting. I'll be curious to hear what Scarlett has to say about this one. Like, really, it's making me, like, concerned for my life a little bit. All the wrong buttons there. I don't know why, like, the way the music loops is also very off-putting. It's very, like, it just stops, and there's, like, a 2-second pause, and then it just starts again. It's so... I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of breaking me, though. I don't know why. I'm fucking losing it here. This can't be more than a... like, 30-second loop, right? This is, like, by far the most redundant track we've had in this game. It's amazing how some of the tracks in this game are, like, absolute bops, and then others are like, what the fuck is this garbage? Did the composer, like, call out sick that day? Fuck, we fucked up somewhere. Oh, never mind, I see it. It's like, hey, I won't be able to make it into work on Monday, but here's my here's what I cooked up in Fruity Loops over the weekend. You can use this, right? That's probably the musician too. That's him playing the music. That was an experience that we just had. Hey, Brad. It's a boonger? I don't... It sure is. That's... I mean, up until now, I thought other video games had soundtracks. Other games don't have soundtracks. This is a fucking soundtrack. This is life-changing. That's a 50-second loop. It's a 50-second loop. Here it goes again. It's... Oh boy, what a track. What a track. Anyway. How'd the rest of your... What was the name of that game, Brad? It looked very cozy. I liked it. Hope the rest of your night with that went well, though. I imagine you probably didn't stream too much longer, because I remember you commenting at one point that it was getting kind of late. Oh, man. Stonehearth. I don't think I'd ever heard of it. I think I mentioned to you at one point, or perhaps just made it obvious through my, obliviousness, that the only game I've played in that genre, if you want to call it that, is, No Moria, which I really liked. Except for the fact that the game, like, lacks a goal. So eventually I just kind of get, like, bored, and I'm like, well, now what do I do? I should check out other games like that, though. When I'm not busy losing my mind to this fucking banger. I don't know, I think this fucking banger might ruin all other games for me. Like, I don't... Why would you ever... How could any other game soundtrack live up to this? There it goes again. It just keeps... It just keeps going. No Moria is pretty incomplete. Yeah, I don't think they ever really, like, finished it. I did buy it when it was in early access, but I've, like, checked it out a couple other times, like, to see how it's been progressing over the years, and it doesn't seem to be changing much. I don't think they ever really fully completed it. Now, there is a key thing with games like that I don't like, and I've probably talked about this before. I don't know if you've ever caught me talking about it, but with any like, city builder of any kind, I'm not a big fan of having to build armies and shit. And I feel like that's where a lot of the games misstep for me. Where I'll be like, oh, this looks cool, and then I'll get like an hour into the game, and they're like, you're being invaded. You have a military, right? And I'm just like, well, I'm gonna uninstall this game now, because I don't want to build a military. I want to just fucking build a town and watch my little people do their things. Which is an issue Nomuria had, is it was very... Eventually it reached that point of, you're being invaded. Now, I think you could turn it off in Nomuria, but still. It's something that makes me picky about that type of game in general, because I feel like a lot of them, like, usually when I say, like, I want, like, a simulation kind of game where I can, like, build a thriving society, a lot of people will say, you should get Civ 5, and I'm like, that game is, like, focused on, like, war and shit, though. And that's not what I want. I want it to be, like, just fucking chill. Kinda goes back to what we were talking about last night. Why does everything have to be fucking sweaty these days? Games just can't be chill anymore. Like, everything has to be sweaty. And it's like... I think chill is, like, a lost art when it comes to video games. There's still some out there that are very chill, but it's... rarer and rarer as time goes on, I feel. I used to play a ton of Dwarf Fortress, but its spiraling complexity has made it hard for you to get back into it. Yeah, I think that's a problem with a lot of games these days. Roguelikes have this problem too. Kind of like, take Binding of Isaac, for example. They've added so much to it by now that it's like, now it has like kind of a ridiculous barrier of entry, because any new player is gonna be like, dude, look at all this shit. Like, where do I even start? It's, I like how technology has developed to a point where that's, like, very much a thing, that a game can come out and then for 4 years they can continue to update it. I think that's really cool, but on the other hand, yeah, it has a... They run the risk of just making their games way too complicated eventually. They still have to understand restraint. I think that's why I respect, like, even though it was kind of a bummer for me to pick up, like, I literally picked up One Step from Eden, and, like, the next week he was like, oh yeah, I'm not updating it anymore. It's like, okay, well that sucks. But on the other hand, I respect that because it can definitely snowball, and the next thing you know, you're like, dude, there's just way too much shit in this game, so... I respect, quitting while you're ahead, for sure. You said that Stonehearth isn't updated anymore either, right? That they, like, stopped working on it. Was it ever, like, officially released? You were playing in, like, a community expansion, you said. Would you recommend the base game, too? Or is it kind of, like, just kind of clunky and incomplete? Not like I'm in the market to, like, pick up a whole new game playthrough or anything. But I do have that, I almost started playing Hammer Ting last night while I was watching you, because I was like, this is making me want to play Nomuria, but I know that I'll probably play that for like an hour and then get bored. You can tell it's not quite done, but it's really smoothed and polished. That's a shame. You said that they got bought, and then whoever bought them was like, okay, enough is enough. Is this like a... It's like Snoopy, right? It's like a cartoon-ass dog. For sure. Okay. Because I like the whole, something I really liked about Nomoria was, like, just assigning all the tasks and then just, like, sitting back and watching them work. Which I'd sometimes get into trouble, because I would, like, assign them too many tasks and they'd get confused. But, it was fun to, like, blueprint out, like, an entire castle and then just be like, okay, now I'm just gonna sit back and watch. I'm gonna do something on my phone and just, like, watch you guys build it. And I feel like there aren't a whole lot of games that have that element. I think that's why people like Minecraft time-lapse videos and stuff. Just being able to watch, like, something come together. Like, to a point, I get it. Fuck Minecraft, but to a point, I get it. They're luring me into the same trap that we talked about earlier. This is one of those puzzles where it looks at the moment like it's going to be completely symmetrical. So I have to be careful, because it might not actually be symmetrical. They might be baiting me here. Do you have, like, a favorite game in that genre, Brad? Like, one that you'd be, like, if you were to recommend one to someone, like, it would be this one in particular? Because, yeah, now I'm feeling the itch. But the only one I really have is Nomoria. And like I said, I could boot it up and play it for a bit, but I'm pretty sure in, like, a couple of hours, I'll probably be like, yeah, I'm bored. It was a fun distraction, but now I'm bored. I wonder, are they still working on Nomoria? I would assume not. It's been fucking years. Fuck. That's not actually necessarily right. It probably is. But not necessarily. We don't want to make that bet. Oh, it was abandoned. That's unfortunate. RimWorld is probably the best one. I've heard of RimWorld. I don't think I knew that's what type of game it was. I don't know what type of game I thought it was, but I don't think I thought that it was that. Because I was talking earlier that, I'd like to reach a point with Picross that I can, like, give it a rest for a little bit, but I'd like to continue doing something more thought-demanding. I don't want to say thought-provoking, but something that flexes my brain. With Monday nights. I'd like to keep it being something like that. And I feel like something like that could be potentially good. I'm also seeing a clown at the moment. I think it's worth putting out. It's worth putting out a warning for anyone who really doesn't like clowns, that you might want to shield your eyes in case that is actually what it winds up being. Fortunately, I do not have a problem with clowns, so we'll be all right. God, now, like, talking about it, I'm, like, really hankering to play something like that. I feel like games like that have good stream potential, too, because of, like... the way it's, like... never gonna necessarily be, like, the same playthrough twice, right? It can kind of give you something to, like, get attached to. We get to, like, create our own... narrative, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. I feel like the word narrative carries such a, like, negative connotation these days because of social media. Yeah, that's a fucking clown, dude. Oh shit, I'm a little overdue for a break. I didn't see what time it was. Could we do another one? Could we do one more? Or should I just take the break now? How much did that last one? How long did that last one take? I wasn't paying attention. Another game I miss is Planet Coaster. I was thinking about that this morning, too. Basically, you awakened something within me, Brad, and I hope you're happy. In one swoop, I was like, dude, I want to play a game like this. Oh yeah, Parkitect's like on my wish list. Because that was a problem I had with Planet Coaster, is that it was really complicated. It was like needlessly complicated. And I was like, I kind of want something simpler. Which is, I realize it might sound ridiculous. Planet Coaster had a very heavy focus on like customization. And if you want to like fully customize every part of your park to make it look like super unique and that make sure that no one ever has a park that looks anything like yours because everything's like custom made and shit, that's the game for you. And you'd think that as an artist / creative type that I'd be all about that. That is not the case. I just want it to be fucking simple. I don't want to put, like, that much into it. So that was something that, like, kind of made me not have as much fun with that game as I could have had. So, I think... I don't remember if you were the one that turned me on to Parkitect, or if I found it in some other way. But I remember that looks a little bit more appealing, because it's a little bit more, like, simple. In a good way. I realize when it comes to a game like that, calling it simple probably sounds super negative, but that's not what I mean. How do I know that? I don't know how I came up with that being there. And now I'm worried that it might be incorrect. Now, see, making coasters I thought was super fun, but I'm talking about, like, if you drop an ice cream shop in your park, it's just this square building because it's designed for you to be, like, to customize it and add stuff to it to make it look like, to actually build the structure that it's stuck into. And I was like, I don't want to. Like, I just want to drop the fucking ice cream shop and move on with my life. I have other things to do. Yeah, I'm not confident that this is correct. So we're gonna take that back really quick. Also, hey Theo, how's it going? Thank you again for the donation, by the way, yesterday. I forgot to mention at the end of the stream. No, I was talking about Planet Coaster. Yeah, look, that wasn't right. I don't know what I was thinking there, but well, crisis averted, so it's fine, I guess. Anyway, Brad, I think the only reason I haven't picked up Parkitect yet is because I'm stingy and I'm waiting for a sale. But I've been kind of thinking lately about, like, letting myself go a little bit in terms of finances and just being like, if I want to play a fucking game, I'm just gonna fucking buy it. Like, instead of waiting for sales all the goddamn time. Like, if I really want to play it, I should just fucking buy it and play it. Because there's, happens pretty often where I'll have a game that I want to play, and then I'll just, like, I'll put it off for fucking years because I'm like, I'll wait for a sale. A little too responsible for my own good, perhaps. Also, to recap really quick, for Theo's sake, we are, the music right now is the haunted music box that will be the last thing you hear before you die. So if you feel, unsettled and like something bad is about to happen, I think that's intentional. Well, I see the eyes. I don't really know what we're looking at otherwise here, though. God, there's so many indie games that, like, I want to play more of. I want to play more Loop Hero. I want to play more Automa Chef. As I mentioned earlier, and I continue to insist to like, don't get it twisted, but as much as I did enjoy Bravely Default and have no regrets, my surrendering and putting it on the back burner has been very liberating because I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Like, I still don't know what we're streaming tomorrow or Thursday, but the very fact that I can just stream whatever the fuck I want feels super good. Like, if I want to do more Avengers, I can do it. If I want to do more Risk of Rain, I can do it. If I just want to play Mario Golf, I can do it. If I want to do more Picross, I can do that. If I want to get Loop Hero back out, I can do that. I'm free! Buying a $20 game every now and then doesn't kill you usually, although $40 games might literally kill me. Yeah, I don't think I could impulse buy a $40 game unless I fucking know that I'm going to adore it. Like, I pre-ordered Sonic Colors Ultimate, that's $40, but, like, Sonic Colors is a really fucking good game, and I know I'm gonna enjoy it, so... But I can't drop $40 on a game that I'm just kind of like, this kind of looks fun. It might be fun. I need a better... I need to justify it, be able to justify it more than that. I actually did think it was a crab, but I thought I was insane. So, I kind of saw the eyes and the pincers, and I was like, it might be a crab, but I thought I was just seeing things. Oh, Wario has the... I think it's supposed to be a dragon hat, right? Isn't that the hat that breathes fire or something? It's so wild to me that this game even references Wario Land. Because, like, Nintendo does not reference Wario Land, like, at all anymore. It's really crazy. Unfortunately, that might be on your end, Theo. I'm not seeing any issues on my end. Everything looks fine. Hope it clears up, though. Okay. Real quick before I take a break. I'm curious about some stuff. Let's see. Architect is 30. That's not bad. That's still a little difficult to impulse purchase. RimWorld's 35. I'm not gonna lie to you, though. Yeah, I can't stand RimWorld's art style. It has that, like, prison architect style. I imagine it's from the same creators, to be honest. I cannot fucking stand that art style. That would probably kill it for me. $25 for Architect? Yeah, I think 30's, like, not terrible, but it's also, like, yeah, it's difficult to impulse buy something for $30. Hi. I often say that I think indies have it right with, like, I think $20 is like the ideal price point for, like, an indie game. I think $20 is enough that you can impulse buy it and not have too many regrets. If as soon as they start pushing up to 25, I'm like, like, I think you're getting a little carried away now. Hey, you knew I was about to take a break. You wanted to come say hi? You're feeling so much better, aren't you? You're so cute. You're so cute. You're weird. You're weird. You're very content. You're very content. I think Mike's right. I think you are just trying to piggyback and get your own viewership. Maybe we should make you a Twitter. Alright, we're overdue. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. Do I think alligators look like dragons? Well, dragons aren't real, is the thing. I think they could potentially, sure. I think alligators tend to have, like, more narrow snouts, whereas I don't think dragons typically do in most designs. But especially when it comes to, like, cartoons, yeah, they're probably gonna look pretty similar. Cats love to copy what you do. I don't think she really does that. Hi. You gonna stay in here with me? Oh, where's your girl? I remember a long time ago seeing a meme about why cats love to climb on computers, and it's because they're trying to block our communication so that we can't stop their hostile takeover. And I was like, okay. I'll take that I'll take that world building detail. I'm okay with that. She knows not to get up on my desk, though. Actually, there's, like, not enough room on my desk for her to climb up on it, and that's, like, kind of by design, because, yeah, that's not... The last thing I need is when I'm trying to, like, draw stuff, and she's, like, sticking her head in my hands. Like, nah. We're not doing that. You're adorable, but when I get focused on something like that, I don't want interruptions. Alright, as I said, I'm overdue for a break, so I'm gonna hop up for a minute, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue. We're making pretty good progress so far, so hopefully we can keep that moving. So stay tuned, I will be right back. will say, back on Prison Architect, I did play that on Game Pass a couple months ago. And I did scratch that same itch of being able to, like, blueprint out this ridiculous structure and then just kind of sit back and watch it be built. But boy, did I hate the art style. That game was just ass ugly. Actually, it's me wondering if RimWorld's on Game Pass, because then I could potentially just try it out there and see if it bothers me as much there. No, it is not. Anyway, Theo, by the way, have you been playing any golf? I kind of miss it. I'm hoping we'll hear something about an update here soonish. Even if it's just, here's the skins you can get in, come September. Give me a reason to pick it back up. Hey Demonic, how's it going? You have been playing? Have you been playing rank, or like what have you been up to in that? I'm still so mixed on rank, because it's like, ultimately the rank mode is kind of bullshit, which is unfortunate. But, it was still a lot of fun. I guess to a point, that's all that matters. Yet, despite my criticisms, they still managed to get this track stuck in my head, too. It figures. One-line speed golf match with 18 holes? How'd you do that? Or is that, like, you played with friends? Oh, it was a streamer you played with. Okay. I was gonna say, yo, there's a mode where we can play, like, 18 holes? Where? I can't complain, Demonic. I'm super tired. I guess I didn't sleep very well. But aside from that, I can't complain. And the small fact that this music makes me feel like I'm gonna die at any moment. But that's not really a complaint so much as just a statement, I guess. It's a raccoon, dude, by the way. Or a badger? It might be a badger, actually. I think that's a badger. Back under the bed again. It's fine by me as long as you don't start getting sick again. So I guess for context, because I don't think I really talked about this on stream, but I found out why she was getting sick. It turns out that, have you ever seen those scent crystals that you can get to, like, put in your laundry and makes everything smell nice? Well, I had some of those, and I had an early theory that she was allergic to them. And then I pulled on that string a little bit more and kept pursuing that and found out that the scent crystals had eucalyptus in them, and cats do not like eucalyptus. So I very quickly washed everything I owned again. Theo, if you remember 2 weekends ago, that Mario Golf stream where my internet just... and we had to cancel the stream. I did 5 loads of laundry that night. I washed everything I owned, and I used those scent crystals on everything. So this room was basically ground zero. And I started to put it together that whenever she spent too much time in here, she was starting to get really sick. She was like... It was like she was having a sinus attack. Like, she was sneezing constantly. Her eyes were getting all like, watery and goopy. So eventually I put it together that that's what it was. And so I rewashed everything I owned again to try and clear it out. And she seems to be doing significantly better now. But I'm still hesitant about her being in here and specifically sleeping, like, under the bed. I'm worried that, like, the airflow isn't very good. that she might start getting sick again. She seems fine so far, though, so might not be anything to worry about. I'm just being paranoid. But yeah, there's your fun fact for the night, is that cats don't like eucalyptus. I mean, I think isn't eucalyptus, like, super toxic? And, like, koalas can eat it. Is it koalas I'm thinking of? I think it's koalas. They can eat it because, like, their stomachs are, like, even more toxic, so they just don't give a fuck. But, I think it's toxic to, like, almost everything else. And, yeah. Like, that was enough. Fortunately, it wasn't, like, you know, deadly. But it just started... It was like she had a cold. It could have been a coincidence, I guess. Maybe it was just a cold, but I don't think it was just a cold. I'm pretty sure that was the connection. And yeah, even some cat expert friends I have, I mentioned it to them, and even they were like, really? I didn't know that. Which made me feel better, because I was worried that it was going to be something where they were like, oh, yeah, duh. And I was going to be like, how the fuck am I supposed to know? But no, even they were like, huh, didn't know that. But that's why I threatened that if she starts sneezing a lot, I'm probably gonna have to kick her out. Because I don't want it to start getting bad again. I don't remember what night it was that after the stream, she came in and hopped up on the bed and took a nap, and like every 15 minutes she was waking up like with sneezing fits. And that's when I started to be like, is it something in here that's making you sick? Because it started to get like significantly worse while she was in here. Oh, it's like a subway. I see. Yikes. Some of these are starting to reach a point where I'm like, where do I start? Nope. That doesn't give us a whole lot, but... That's good to hear that other streamers are still playing Mario Golf, by the way, Theo. Because I was kind of worried that, like, I haven't seen anybody streaming it. Most of the streamers I follow finished the campaign and then they haven't played it since. But I'm realizing more and more that a lot of the streamers I follow just don't play a variety of games, like, at all. And maybe I just need to broaden my horizons and find some more streamers. I think I have, like, 3 or 4 streamers where, like, they have a nice, like, healthy variety of games that they play. I think, like, the dozens of others that I follow, like, they're just... Honestly, I don't even check YouTube to see who's live anymore when I'm done streaming, because it's all the same shit. Like, whenever I look, it's just like, oh, what a surprise, they're playing a Mario or a Zelda game again. Like, whoopee. I can feel another purge happening, where I'm gonna go through and just unsub from a whole bunch of people. That has to be 3. Hey, Alexander, how's it going? That's gonna have to be... Those have to be the 3s, I'm pretty sure. This one's messy. Didn't Brad say something earlier about an octopus with elbows? This is, he might have been a couple puzzles early. I mean, it's a squid, but whatever. Close enough. How many legs does that thing have? 10? I think squids have 10, right? My Animal Crossing knowledge is, like, not coming back to me as quickly as I'd like. Well, you love the free rows. Let's see how far that carries us. This is trying to bait me into the same trap of, oh look, it's symmetrical. Let's just make a long series of assumptions based on the fact that everything's going to be symmetrical, and then make a terrible mistake and, you know, get stuck and... That's where we prove that we know better. And don't fall for it. Hopefully. Which is really just a matter of scanning and making sure before we fill it in, are the rows actually the same? It's so weird. We've had We've only seen one puzzle so far that's actually been a Mario character. I think. Was it just the one? Maybe there was another one really early on that I don't remember, but there's not a lot of them. Oh, it's a frog, dude. I see it. It's Frogger. What a cameo. What a cameo. Or is it Kermit? I can't tell. Frogs all look the same to me. Either way, a real... Like, what a cameo for 1995, right? His eyes became very unsettling for some reason. I'm not sure why. Just that stare, dude. Like, whoa, okay. Oh god. Each puzzle's a new and exciting adventure. We don't know that. Actually, we do. Never mind. I feel like I've lost count of how many times I've done that, where I've like, my brain is ahead of, or my muscle memory is ahead of my brain, I guess is a better way of putting it. Where I fill a tile in and I'm like, no, wait. We don't know that for sure. And then I'll like look at it for 2 seconds and be like, oh, we do know that, actually. I was just ahead of myself. seems to happen a lot in this particular Picross title. Might have something to do with the fact that these puzzles are actually, can actually use logic to solve them, unlike those bullshit Mega Picross puzzles. It's another reason why taking a break after finishing Picross S5 might be a pretty good idea, because we're gonna have to sit through more fucking Mega Picross, and I might be pretty drained by the time we finish those. Cruise ship? I think it's a knight's helmet, is what I'm seeing. But I can see where you're getting cruise ship from, and I'm not gonna say that it can't happen. I think that is a valid guess. You know when, real, cutesy indie games have stages that are, super horror-focused? And they try to, catch you off guard with the fact that, oh yeah, it's super cutesy, but surprise, something's trying to kill you. That's what this music sounds like to me. Excuse me. I mean, Bowser Jr. didn't exist yet when this game came out, so... I mean, I guess it could still look like him, but he was not yet a thing. It was a happier time. It was a much happier time. Okay, I wasn't expecting Turquoise Knight, but okay. Sure, why not? Bowser Jr. is. I was gonna say that's dark, but Bowser Jr. is an accident, so that's accurate. It's not that dark, it's just the truth. I'm maintaining the hot take that Mario Golf got me to realize, in that Bowser Jr. is actually the worst Mario character. People don't like Waluigi? Guess what? Bowser Jr. exists. We're lucky that people aren't standing Bowser Jr. instead of fucking Waluigi. That would be a significantly darker timeline. Aside from pressing all of the wrong buttons. Wow, Brad with the hotter take. I mean, I agree, I can't stand the Koopalings. But, a lot of people would, not agree with that take. I know from experience. You come at the fucking Koopalings and people, like, want your fucking head. I'm okay with the Koopalings. Realistically. It's just they put them in way too much shit there for a while, and I was very, very quickly like, okay, enough is enough. Fuck these things. Putting them in Mario Kart was quite simply going too far. That was... Remember how we were talking about restraint earlier? I still think putting all of the Koopalings in Mario Kart was like... They were sitting around like having a meeting, talking about potential characters, and Miyamoto was just like... The Koopalings. And they were like, which one? And he was like, all of them. And everyone was too afraid to tell him that that was a fucking stupid idea. So now we have all of the Koopalings in Mario Kart. And in Smash Brothers. Because no one had the balls to stand up to Miyamoto. That's my headcanon. I hope they're proud of what they did. To be fair, a lot of people think the Koopalings are fucking amazing, which I strongly disagree with. So, they're kind of getting away with it, because... The fucking Mario normies will fucking eat up anything that they do, instead of saying, hey, you're better than this. But anyway, we're going off the rails a little bit there. It just keeps going, dude. It's like a fucking music box that, like, I haven't wound it, but it just keeps going. This will be the last thing I hear before I die. I'm confident in that, in stating that. I'd say it's like the haunted merry-go-round from Mario 64, although this actually predates that. So that's pretty wild. You all know what I mean. Even you, that person who fucking hates Mario 64, you know what I mean. It's okay, I won't call you out by name. You don't have to. You're safe here. It just keeps going. This is my life now. This song, this music track is honestly the, like, manifestation of there is only Picross. There is nothing. There is only Picross. This just... It's actually perfect. It's actually perfect. I'm gonna catch up with chat in a second here. I'm pretty dialed in at the moment, and I see it moving. I just can't. The Picross will not be denied. What am I looking at? I still don't know what I'm looking at. What is that? It's very dopey. That's about all I know. Then again, everyone tends to be a better character in the RPGs. Yeah. I'd argue that Bowser Jr. was never a good character, though. I don't think Wario's really evil. He's more of like an anti-hero, I think. Or maybe not an anti-hero. I've thrown around the concept. I don't know if this is like a publicly accepted trope, but I've thrown around the idea of an anti-villain before. And I think like Bowser's an anti-villain where he, like, anti-heroes do the wrong things for the right reasons, right? Where anti-villains would do the right things for the wrong reasons, and that's very much Bowser. And I think that's Wario, too. I think Wario would, like, he would do a good thing, but he'd only do it to get paid. Or something like that. I don't think he's necessarily evil, he's just fucking greedy. Is that supposed to be... That's not supposed to be a goose, is it? Volpe, what does that translate to? And yeah, that's true, Volpe. With, yeah, Bowser's Inside Story was, like, kind of doomed to failure because of the fact that they put it on the 3DS when people were already, like, all on board with the Switch. I'm sure that the, re-release of Kirby's Epic Yarn probably did fucking terribly, too. So I'm really curious what that thing is. Is it like an enemy from something? Some kind of bird? Is it? About the only thing I can see here are the eyes. I can't really see anything else. I just see the really dopey, googly eyes. And that's about it. Is that a beak? It has a hole in it. Oh, the parentheses say war. Oh, that might be a Wario Land. second enemy, then. It does look like a Mario enemy, but it's also, like, not a Mario enemy I'm super familiar with. It might be a Wario enemy. Here we go again. Let's boogie. They gave us a pretty strong place to start here, so I don't think this one's gonna be too bad. I mean, you still gave us a lot of information there, Volpe. You know how I make fun of the main theme of Mario World for being the Mario Maker Asylum theme song? This is the Picross Asylum theme song. For like 100%. It might also be the reason a lot of people wind up in the Picross Asylum. Brad, are you still here? Has anyone watched any streamer play Alt F4? This is... That's what this music's reminding me of. I've been watching someone play that recently, and like that music is slowly driving me insane. And this music is reminding me of it like a lot. For better or worse. Here goes again. it's a to recap. This is a 50-second loop. It's yeah, Northern Lion's the one I watched play Alt F4. And I actually haven't been watching him play Alt F4. I've been watching him play Rage Quit recently. But he's been using the Alt F4 soundtrack for it. And yeah, he did reach a, there's like a valley, right? At the beginning, he's trying like really hard. and then he kind of like dips down into the valley where he just doesn't give a shit about dying. He's just being kooky and having fun. And then it comes back up and he starts trying really hard again. No. I actually have to find, like, the next Northern Lion playthrough that I want to watch. I finished most of what I was watching of his. I watched his, Faster Than Light series. And now I'm kind of like, well, now what? He might be another example of how sometimes I'll say that there is such a thing as too much variety. I feel like content creators having a large amount of variety is overall a good thing. But sometimes he'll play something where I'm like, I'm really enjoying watching this, and then he'll just stop playing it and never play it again. And I'm like, but I was having fun with that. And that's when I think too much variety can become a thing, because sometimes we do stuff that you guys like really want to see more of, right? And it sucks when we just completely drop it. Like, I was having fun watching him play Pokemon Unite, and he just doesn't play it anymore. And I blame the fact that his one friend is a really sweaty tryhard, and that probably made him not want to play it anymore. It's a monkey, dude. I see it. I allowed my vision to zoom out for a second, and it's like, oh, there it is. It's Donkey Kong Jr. Remember when Nintendo actually liked to acknowledge that that character existed? And now they're just kind of like, who? This sounds like the dumbest thing that anyone could ever say, but I feel like Nintendo needs to embrace their history a little bit better. And a lot of people are probably like, that doesn't make any fucking sense because all they do is fucking milk Mario into the ground. And it's like, yeah, I agree with that. But, there's also, like, all this other shit that they don't do anything with. I want to see fucking Wart in Mario Golf. That's the sort of shit I want to see. It's one of those things where, like, they'll milk their history super hard, but only if it was, like, really successful. If it wasn't, then they're like, they just pretend it doesn't exist. It's one of the things I really liked about Odyssey, is that they were like, let's make Pauline a character. And it's like, dude, this is super cool. You should do this more. Yeah, I was enjoying the Faster Than Light runs that he was doing. The only thing I didn't like about it, and I mentioned this the other night, I don't think you were here when we were talking about it, because I was talking to Eno about it when we were doing Risk of Rain. And, part of what I don't like about his content right now is that I think everything he does on stream, right? Like, he basically just streams everything he records. And then he uploads it to YouTube, which is fine, but with a lot of the games he plays, it just turns into Northern Lion asks chat how to play the game. Which I'm not as interested in. And I saw this in the Enter the Gungeon series, because I watched, like, all 200-some episodes of that. And at the beginning of Enter the Gungeon, he was, like, actually figuring it out on his own. And then later on, he started streaming it, and then he just started asking chat everything. And not actually figuring anything out on his own. He does ignore chat a lot. But he's also not afraid to, like, if he sees any sign of resistance, like 9 times out of 10, he'll just immediately ask chat, hey, what do I do? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I'd like to see... Part of the reason I watch people play games is because I like watching them, like, troubleshoot and figure things out. Especially if it's a game that I haven't played. But even with games I have played, it's often like... Yeah, I want to see, like, how long it takes them to figure this out. So it sucks when he's just like, hey, chat. Answer this for me. I do like how ready he is to tell chat to fuck off, though. It's like, really funny. Mostly because whenever I tell some rando off, I feel like it just doesn't work. And I think it's because I just haven't earned it. Whereas, like, he's such a big streamer that he can just kind of do it. Whereas if, like, some kid comes in and starts backseating and I tell him off and start making fun of him, everyone's like, wow. Nin sure is rude. It's like, what the fuck? This one sucks. This one sucks a little bit. Yeah, I respect the fact that you don't like looking up guides a little bit. I like to see there's a balance when it comes to streaming, for sure. I think a really good example of this would be when Brad played that Indiana Jones game. Because there were a few moments in that where, like, you got stuck, and you gave it maybe, like, 20, 30 minutes, and then you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna look it up. You didn't sit there for 2 hours just meandering aimlessly trying to figure it out. But you did try to figure it out before you just gave up and looked it up. I can't stand when a gamer, like, walks into a room and they're like, I don't know what to do, and they immediately go look it up. It's like, what's the point of even playing the game at that point? At that point, I think it becomes obvious that the streamer is playing the game because content, and not because they want to play the game. They're just like, well, this game's popular, I should probably play it, instead of, dude, I really want to play this game. This one sucks. This one sucks a little bit. I don't like it. By the way, if any of you are ever up at like 8 o'clock in the morning and you're looking for something to do, check out Brad's stream. They're very entertaining. He's one of the reasons why I can actually, like, watch someone play a sports game and be interested, because he has very good commentary. Just, yeah, weird times. So if you're up at, like, 8 to, what, 8 to 11-ish, I think? Like, at best when the streamer's enjoying the game they play. Yeah, I feel like I can tell when the streamer's heart isn't in it, and they're just kind of doing it just to do it, for sure. And I get turned off pretty quickly when it comes to stuff like that. Like, I pick up on it pretty quickly. I think a lot of streamers think that people don't pick up on it, which I think is, like, kind of hilariously naive. But I think a lot of them think, like, oh, no one's gonna notice that I'm not into it. But people do, I think. Is this right? Fuck, that's 8. God damn it. Alright, what am I missing here? Okay, that helps a little bit. Not a whole lot, but it's something. But that's why I won't watch people play Mario Maker. I used to suck it up and be like, okay, some people can make it interesting, but eventually I realized that they were dead inside and that they hated every moment of it, and they would probably never admit it, but I could tell. Like, I could see it in their eyes. I was like, yeah, they're not having fun. They're doing this because Mario Maker is a accepted game to play. And I think that's doing it for the wrong reasons. It's one of the reasons why I'm so, like, vocal against Mario Maker, because I firmly believe that most people that stream it are not having fun with it. They're doing it just because that's what you do, right? You stream Mario Maker. But I could almost guarantee that one day they're gonna wake up and they're gonna be like, I'm miserable. I don't like what I do. I may get down about viewer count and such sometimes, but ultimately it comes back because I do like what I'm doing. I think if I were doing something like that, I'd probably break eventually. This is 3. 1. Fix that 3. 1. So that has to be the 3. I don't know if that's gonna help us much, but it's something to go with. Excuse me. It's another reason why I kept insisting that I was still enjoying Bravely Default. If I stopped enjoying it, I would have just stopped playing it. That's the way it works for me. If I'm not having fun, I'm just gonna stop. And I've tried to, like, push myself a couple times to be like, I'm just gonna play this game for the sake of channel growth, and every time I regret it, so... Alright, hear me out here. I think the 7 goes here. Because if we look at those, and the fact that these need to be 3s, if the 7 extends up that far, then there's only a 1 here, which means that wouldn't be a 3. So the 7 almost entirely has to go there. And the same goes for over here. These are some of the next level plays we gotta start getting better at for these more difficult puzzles. The whole, triangulate it, like, within our mind to be like, okay, where could this possibly be going? Or rather, where can't it go, I guess is more accurate. Like, itched my eye, and now it's, like, itchier than it was before. I have regrets. Fucking allergies, man. Can summer, like, be done? Like, please? Soon? Had about enough. That's right. See, that's the problem with what you're saying, Volpe, about he couldn't figure out something on Persona 5, so he just gave up on it instead. And it's like, yeah, that's why I think it's important to have a threshold of when you are willing to give up. Because otherwise you're just gonna be like, fuck this game, and never finish it. And you might miss something that... You might miss something about the game that you wind up that winds up making the game better to you. And you're like, oh, I'm glad I stuck with it. I think that's why it's important for game designers to craft the game in a way where players won't get stuck like that. You don't want a player to give up on the game before it's over. tell you, this 50-second loop is really something special. Nope. You'd rather get lost and not know what to do. I mean, as long as you acknowledge the fact that there is... You probably do have a threshold. You have a point where you start to just not like the game anymore because you don't know what to do. And that's when it's okay to look it up, I think. If you're like... If I spend one more hour not being able to figure this out, then I might throw the whole game console out the window. Then it's probably like, yeah, you could probably just look it up then. Because like I said, you don't want to give up on it and potentially miss something special because of that. But I can also respect really wanting to figure it out for yourself, for sure. I think there's a balance to be sure. And like I said, it's something I maybe think about more now from the streaming perspective, because I have to keep in mind that people are watching, and not only could they potentially get bored if I spend too long stuck on one thing, but if it's a game that's mainstream enough that may potentially pull in backseaters, you don't want to give them an opportunity to be like, oh, he's stuck, he needs my help. Because I've often found that the best way of dealing with backseaters is just to be good enough at the game that they never have the opportunity to backseat you. And I guess maybe that sounds a little stupid, but then you're at least going to narrow down. The people who still try to backseat are going to be the ones that don't even give you the chance to try and figure it out. Which are the worst offenders anyway. And then you're free to just banhammer, basically. Because you know that your performance doesn't even matter to them. They're basically here just to be, look, I know everything about this game. I forget what game it was that I was recently thinking about playing, and that was like one of the reasons why I was like, maybe I don't want to play it, was because it was like, oh, this is probably gonna pull in backseaters. or people spoiling shit. That's another really unfortunate thing, is I feel like I kind of reached a point where I'm like, if I'm gonna play something like super story-heavy and I don't want something spoiled, I'm almost like, I should probably just play it off-stream then. And you know what sucks is I was watching Northern Lion play something and I don't remember what it was. Where I think it might have been Faster Than Light, where he was complaining about people backseating, and someone in chat said, "How can you not be okay with backseating as a streamer?" And I was like, that shouldn't be a thing. Some people actually believe that as a streamer, we should just have to deal with backseating. That's just the reality of it, is that we should just deal with it. And it's like, no. No. Absolutely not. But some people actually have that opinion. I've heard streamers have that opinion, that they're just like, well, if you don't like getting backseating, you should probably just not be a streamer. And it's like, wow. Really? Like, I really disagree with that. I don't see those takes very often, but over my last 3 years streaming, I have seen them. And I tend to distance myself from those people for perhaps obvious reasons. Oh no, I think a lot of the reason why a lot of people watch streams is because they want to see someone's legitimate reactions to things. So, why would we want everything to be backseated? Then we're not gonna have real reactions if everything's spoiled. That doesn't even make sense to me. But those are probably the same people who look at streaming as just a money-making thing, and they're probably the ones that aren't gonna last because they don't actually have fun with it. They're just looking at it as a business. Which, don't get me wrong, I could potentially do better about looking at it like a business. Marketing myself better, etc. But God, I hope I never get to that point where I'm just like, I'm just gonna play Splatoon and Mario Maker and Minecraft indefinitely. Put on a fake smile and let people walk all over me, because at least they're giving me views. It's like, I hope I never reach that point. I don't think I could, because I wouldn't be happy with it. I'd be miserable, and I'm pretty sure I'd shut myself down pretty quickly. Anyway, how the hell did we even get on this topic? It's tricky, because I've been thinking about a lot of stuff like this lately. So that's why it's so easy for me to just be like, here's a topic I can talk about, because it's been on my mind lately. But on the other hand, I acknowledge the fact that just ranting about how other streamers choose to do things isn't the best look. And I should probably avoid it at all costs. I guess the last thing I'll say on it is that I would still never say that there's a chance of me moving to Twitch, because there isn't a chance of that happening. I have no interest in moving to Twitch. However, I do think that something has been missing in the YouTube community over the last, like, compared to when I got started streaming on YouTube, it feels like something's missing. Especially with, like, the community. It feels like something's wrong. I don't know. I haven't been able to, like, place exactly what it is, but I feel like people no one plays a variety of games anymore. The community feels weaker now. People seem to, like, not really care unless you're playing one of those, like, approved games. Like, top 10 approved games. If you're not playing those, like, no one seems to care. Not even in terms of viewership, but in terms of, like, other streamers. I feel like... To be blunt, I feel like I don't get raids as often as I did, and I think that's because a lot of people are probably like, well, he's not playing, like, you know, a Mario game. He doesn't play Mario Maker, so why would we raid him? And it didn't used to feel like that. It didn't used to feel like that, is what I'm getting at. Even 2 years ago, it felt like a different atmosphere, and I feel like everyone on YouTube now is very self-focused. They're just like, gotta make money. I feel like the community aspect is just gone. Everyone just looks at it as a job now, I think. Well, I gotta get on and stream Mario Maker for 4 hours. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way it looks to me. And I've been observing that for a while, and that's why I've been kind of displeased with things lately. Now, I think part of that is on me. I don't do a very good job of, looking for new streamers. My network ability is, like, pretty bad. Like, realistically, you'd think, well, look to meet new streamers, right? And I just never do that. And that's on me. That's no one's fault but my own. Just to be clear, I'm not gonna act like that's someone else's fault. I also think, to be blunt, I don't think this is really a hot take, actually, so never mind. I'll take back the to be blunt thing. That makes it sound like I'm about to say something that's gonna piss a lot of people off, and I don't think this is necessarily a hot take. But, I think we caused an issue on YouTube several years ago, like, as a community. I think we created a problem that now might need to be addressed. And that is self-promotion. Self-promotion had such a... In the Fortnite era, self-promotion was so bad. Because kids would just come to streams just to say, hey, I'm gonna go stream some Fortnite. It happened every stream. I shit you not. Like, it happened every single stream. In everyone's streams. Where kids would just show up and be like, I'm gonna go stream now. And we all had to crack down on it, like, really hard, right? Because we were like, this is ridiculous, and it needs to stop. And the thing is I feel like now there's a stigma where people are afraid to talk about the fact that they create content. Because now self-promotion has such a... What's the word I'm looking for? I almost want to say it's like hate mongering. Like, I think people assume that if they even mention the fact that they stream, that they're just gonna get fucking lit up, and people are gonna just explode on them. But realistically, how are we supposed to know that other people stream if they don't bring it up in some way? You know what I mean? I think we might have created an issue there, which had to be done at the time because the Fortnite kids were out of fucking control. But now it maybe doesn't have as much of a... Maybe now it's not as much of a problem. And now it's just preventing us from meeting other streamers because people feel like they're not allowed to talk about it. That might not actually be true. But again, just something I've been thinking about lately. Part of me thinks that can't be true because even when we were, like, constantly, like, aggressively trying to shut down self-promotion, there are still those, like, everyone probably knows someone that fits the bill here. There were always these people that stream that did it anyway. They just continued to self-promote anyway, and they were just kind of like, well, I'm different. So, I don't think that completely shut it down, but I still feel like, aside from someone raiding, how are you supposed to know, how are you supposed to meet new streamers? Like, YouTube gaming made it very easy to meet new streamers, and now that that's, like, not a thing anymore, it's like, well, now what do we do? It used to be so easy to just go to the YouTube gaming, like, front page and just look to see who's streaming, and most of the time you'd see someone streaming something that you were like, oh, that looks fun to watch. That's how I met a lot of the streamers that I still know today, is I would just see them streaming on the front page and I'd go check them out. But now we just don't have that, so... Anyway. Focus in and get this done. I think we're gonna take a short break then. I gotta pee, I think. I think I'll catch up on chat and then we'll take a quick break. I gotta pee. You mean you can like the game and get lost? Yeah, some people can't, though. Some people, if they get stuck for too long, they're just gonna be like, yo, fuck this game. So I do think there's... And I think everyone has that threshold of where getting lost is starting to be detrimental to their gameplay experience. Everyone's threshold's gonna be different there. Backseaters just want to know something the streamer doesn't. They just want to know something that people in general... People want to feel special. They want to be like, I know something that you guys don't know. It's very similar to... You guys ever see those viewers that just... It seems like they're just copy-pasting stuff from Wikipedia all day? They're just, like, spitting random facts in chat, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, they're not, like, talking to anybody. They're just kind of like, here's a fact that you didn't know. It's the same basic thing. People want to... They're farming for dopamine. They're just doing something because they want to make somebody go, oh, that's cool, I didn't know that. And then they get that little dopamine where they're like, ooh, I impressed somebody because I knew something they didn't know. That's really all it comes down to. Hi, baby. Where? Want to take a break? work here. Fine, don't. I'm gonna keep talking to chat instead. Speaking of backseating, I have trouble finding good streams of story-based games due to spoilers. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of streamers just don't play them because of the fact that they don't want to deal with the spoilers and the backseating. In a roundabout way, I'm very happy and comfortable with my current audience level because I typically don't need to deal with spoilers too much. Like in a weird way, back when YouTube gaming was a thing, like, and even like 2 years ago before for some reason the pandemic fucked up YouTube, and I don't understand how. It doesn't make any sense. But for some reason viewership like tanked ever since the pandemic. And I know that other people have had that problem too. And I don't really know what happened there. Some people theorize that YouTube redid the algorithm to favor big streamers so that YouTube would be making more money off of monetization. I don't know how tinfoil hatty that is, but it's possible. But anyway, even like 2 years ago, if I was going to play something that could potentially be spoiled or have backseating, I would get somebody spoiling or backseating. Like 100% of the time. It might not be a lot of people doing it, but I'd get at least one person within that series where it would happen. Like, even like Dragon Quest Builders, I had fucking backseaters on. I don't think Dragon Quest XI had problems with spoilers and backseating, believe it or not. Final Fantasy 15 did. Although that wasn't until the very end. Hollow Knight is the one that's infamous for the fact that I really enjoyed Hollow Knight, yet I fucking hated streaming it because of how bad the backseating and spoilers got. Now that one's on me, because I at the time I had this mentality of, if I want to grow as a streamer, I have to just kind of let them do what they want to do, and I should have put my foot down and said, get the fuck out of my chat if you can't stop backseating. And, because now I look back and I'm like, yeah, that playthrough wasn't fun because of spoilers. But, anyway, a small upside now is, now that viewership is a little bit lower, it typically means that I can get through a lot of stuff without worrying about backseating, and spoilers, which is kind of nice. But on the other hand, my guard is always up, because I don't want someone to, like, take me off guard and then ruin something. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I think that's part of the YouTube problem with why people just play Splatoon, Minecraft, Among Us, Mario Maker, Mario Kart. Those games can't be spoiled. So I think that's why they're considered to be, like, such safe games. That's one of the reasons why they're considered to be such safe games. Viewer interaction is also another reason why they're considered to be very safe games. But, I think that's a large part of it, too, is you don't have to worry about backseating and spoilers. Now, the problem is those people that are growing off of just those games, God help them if they play anything that is story-focused, because suddenly they're going to find themselves hating their community. Because no one's going to be able to keep their fucking mouths shut. Especially if they're a big enough streamer, they're probably going to be afraid to stream anything that might hurt their viewership, which means they're only going to play something super mainstream, like Breath of the Wild or Persona 5. Which means everyone's going to have played it, and the backseating's going to be even worse. Reminded you of that with the backseating, the witch hunting people, even though a person didn't ask for them to do it. I saw that happen the other night. I was watching someone on Twitch where someone, like, was kind of... I wouldn't even say they were backseating, but they were dropping hints. And the streamer was like, hey, you need to dial it back a little bit. And they did. And they were right away like, oh, okay, sorry. I overstepped. I'll stop. And that was it. The streamer was fine. The streamer didn't harp on it. They moved on. But people in chat kept, like, going hard about it. And eventually the streamer had to be like, chat, back the fuck off. Like,
he hinted towards one thing, I asked him to stop, and he stopped. You guys need to leave him alone. Because sometimes that'll happen with, like, the bigger communities. Like, chat takes it upon themselves to police the backseating, except they get a little too aggressive about it. So I think that's the sort of stuff you're talking about, Volpe. One time someone revealed the final twist in a game, and as a collective viewer base had to play it off as if it was a joke, because in case the streamer read it. That's impressive that you managed to do that, because usually when I see shit like that, people can't resist but actually talk about it. Like, I think one of the last streams I attended on YouTube that was, like, really big, like, really heavy story focus, when somebody did that and blurted something out that was, like, later in the game, the mods, like, immediately deleted it. But then there was, like, 5 people in chat who were already addressing it and talking about it. And it was like, what are you doing? People are stupid. It doesn't make sense. Like, to a point, those people are worse than the people who actually do the spoilers. Because if someone spoils something and a mod deletes it, there's no problem. As long as the person doesn't say it again, and then there's a problem. People don't seem to realize that when a message gets deleted, that probably means you should not fucking talk about it. Otherwise, like, you become the problem. So it is impressive that you managed to salvage that for that particular streamer, because that's not easy to do. I did replace the M on the layout, Volpe. It's okay, it's kind of subtle. I didn't expect that many people to notice it. Or played mystery games like Ace Attorney or other such games. Now, I'm not really big into visual novels. I mean, I played some of the Ace Attorney games, like... I think there were... I don't remember which ones. There's like 3 of them that I played, but I didn't finish them. They were fine. Like, I didn't have any problems with them. It was just, it's hard for me to commit to visual novels. I'll usually do that thing where I'll pick it up and I'll play it for like 8 hours straight, and then I'll put it down because I have to, like, you know, eat or sleep, and then I'll just never pick the game back up. About streamers who never get viewers at all. Honestly, I don't, with the state YouTube is in, I have no idea how someone as a new streamer would grow on this platform anymore. Like, I don't know. Like, if anyone were to ask, like, hey, how should I get started as a streamer? I have no fucking idea. With the way the platform works right now, I have no clue. Well, absolutely no clue. Because I have to question it. We're in a uncomfortable position because there's that, like, approved game, like, stream game list, right? That I often talk about. Which isn't an actual thing. It's not like YouTube actually has a list of games that are, these games are okay to stream and everything else you're fucked. That's not an actual thing. But it might as well be. And that includes games like Mario Maker, Mario Kart, Splatoon, Minecraft. Used to be Fortnite, but I don't think Fortnite really applies anymore. Is Among Us still on there? I found out last night that apparently people still play Fall Guys, and I was like, did Fall Guys actually outlast Among Us? Because that would be really funny. But anyway, it often feels like if you're not playing those super mainstream games, Mario Maker, Mario Kart, Breath of the Wild, Splatoon, Minecraft, if you're not playing one of those games, it feels like you're fucked. But on the other hand, there's so many people already playing those games that I think if you were a new streamer and you were trying to play those games, that still no one would be able to find you. Because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of bigger streamers that are already playing those games. So it's like, I don't know what you would do. You'd have to be really good at networking, I guess. And even that, I don't know how to do. Because it's like... The obvious networking thing is raiding, I think. Because like I said, you can hang out in other people's channels all day long. But self-promotion is such a witch hunty thing. I don't know if that's the right way of putting it, but it works with what we were talking about. People are so against it that if you even mention that you have a channel, there's a good chance you're going to get lit up for it. So you don't necessarily want to ever say, you don't want to allude to it yourself. So then where's the in? This is what I was talking about like self-promotion being such a hated thing. Is like, well, how are you supposed to meet new streamers now? It used to be in the YouTube gaming days when everyone had much higher viewer counts that it would just be like, well, you just raid the bigger streamers. You managed to get a raid of like 6 people, which is enough to be like pretty good for starting out, but still enough that you're like obviously starting out, and then you just raid a bigger streamer. That's like the most obvious way to be like, oh yeah, by the way, I stream too. That's how I used to do it. But now, at the end of most streams, I feel like I'm lucky to have like 3 people. And I feel like raiding with like 3 people doesn't necessarily look, 3 people including myself, doesn't necessarily look that good. It can, but there are some nights where I'm like, there's a chance I could put a raid together and I'm going to be the only one putting the raid tag in, which that looks really bad. In my opinion, you never want to do a raid and have you be the only one dropping the tag. Because at that point, who's to say you were even streaming? That's like, that gets back to the potential sleazy Fortnite self-promotion where people would show up just to be like, I'm gonna go play Fortnite now. I think showing up and just posting a solo raid tag can come off as very... I'm not actually... Raiding's a two-way street, that's the thing. It's mutually beneficial. You're getting them exposure and you're getting more exposure for yourself. If you're the only person doing it, it becomes a one-way street. You are trying to get exposure for yourself, but they're not getting anything out of it. So, smaller raids can look wrong. And I think I may have a jaded perspective of this, because I have had a couple people raid here, and it's just them. And they've done it like numerous times to the point where I'm kind of like, so you know that you're not going to have anyone with you, right? And you're doing it anyway. It's one thing if your chat has like 8 people in it and you do a raid and no one comes. That's one thing. But I think raiding when you know you're the only person that's going to do it is like... And if you do it multiple times, the streamer's going to start picking it up that that's what's happening. But yeah, as outside of raiding, which isn't really a... raiding is slowly dying on YouTube, I think. Especially for smaller streamers. And with that dying off, I don't fucking know how you would grow on this platform anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. And I firmly believe that just playing the popular games isn't gonna work. I'm like almost entirely confident that if I were to drop everything and say I'm just gonna buy and play Mario Maker, I don't think that would actually help my channel. If anything, it might hurt it, because it might turn away a bunch of people that are here because I don't play it. Just make something, wait for the algorithm to make it blow up 5 years from now. Yeah, that's something you can do, but you typically won't see a bigger streamer audience because of that. That's kind of what's going on here. The whole reason I started doing more Picross was because randomly one of the, like, episode 1s of one of the Picross series is, like, one of my most viewed videos. And that was all retroactive. That wasn't... At the time, there weren't a lot of people watching, but for whatever reason, it blew up after the fact. But is that, like, actually causing the channel to grow? Not really. It could, though, I guess. I guess maybe the big thing is, like, experiment. You gotta try different things, but you also gotta give each thing a long enough time to see if it's actually gonna work. And I've seen some streamers do that incorrectly, where they try a new thing every week, and if it doesn't work in 2 days, they're like, well, that's not gonna work. So I'm gonna try something else. And it's like, you're not giving it enough time to actually work at that point. That's the best Among Us streams are the ones that are members or longtime viewers only. That's, like, the only way to do it, in my opinion. Doing it with just anybody can play sounds like a complete fuckfest. Like, it just sounds awful. Yeah, you could stick to just one game series, but, like, another problem with just, like, specializing like that is you might run into a situation where if you try to play anything else, people are just gonna, like, they're gonna drop you, like, real fast. You're gonna wind up locked in. That was what happened with me with Splatoon. Like, I started streaming Splatoon 2. That's, like, how I got started. And one day it just occurred to me that I was like, I'm gonna have to quit Splatoon cold turkey, because otherwise when I play anything else, people just show up and say, when are you gonna play Splatoon again? That in the Splatoon community is honestly kind of toxic garbage, so I wanted out very quickly. And then I kind of felt like I had to start over. Like, I had to, like, rebuild a community. I think I only have, like, one person that's been around since the Splatoon days. I think the rest of them all left, because that's all they were here for, was Splatoon. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend building a community like that either, because you're just gonna get a bunch of people, like using, I know Mario Maker is such a punchline, but it's like, if that's the only way you build your community, you're just gonna get people showing up. They're either only gonna show up for Mario Maker, or they'll show up for the other stuff and just ask, when are you playing Mario Maker again? And I don't think that's necessarily the way to do it.
Hi, kitty.
And admittedly, something I would like to do, but nothing's really presented itself. The last one that presented itself was Mario Golf. But I think something I should start doing is, if I stream something and it really pops off, I should honestly just go in hard and just do nothing but play that for a little while. Like when I had that one Mario Golf stream that had like twice as high viewers as anything else. I should have just said, I'm just gonna play Mario Golf for a while, and I'm gonna try to ride this out. And I didn't. I was like, now we'll just play it once a week, which was maybe a mistake. Because now I already feel like I don't get new people showing up for Mario Golf. It's just the same people, which is fine. We've even pulled in like Theo, that's how you found the channel, right? And now you show up to like every stream, so that's super. That's spectacular, but it already like capped out on like pulling in new viewers, which is kind of unfortunate. I should have went a little bit harder at the beginning when I was like, this is fun, I like streaming it, and people are watching it. But at the time, I was also obsessed with we gotta keep playing Bravely Default. I feel like, for me personally, I think a lot of the problems that I've had with the channel this year are the fact that we were anchored to Bravely Default for like 4 fucking months, and I maybe overcommitted to Picross. Which is why I'm now thinking about potentially taking a break after we finish Mario Super Picross. It's really tricky because I feel like there's a lot of stuff that... I think I'm realizing that people like variety, but they only like to see the variety every now and then. I feel like when I first started doing Picross again, that first stream, there were a lot of people that were like, oh, this is cool. You don't see this every day. But now that doesn't happen anymore. The same thing with art streams when I was doing those. Like, the first, like, 2, people were, like, super into it. But then by the time I got to, like, the 13th, no one cared anymore. They were over it. They were like, okay, we get it. You can move on now. Yeah, I played Splatoon 2 a lot. That was the first game I got on Switch. I played the first Splatoon a lot, too. And yeah, that was how I've told this story before. I basically accidentally started streaming. I was just kind of setting things up just in case. Like, one day I was like, I'm gonna start getting OBS all set up in case I decide to do anything. And I was doing test streams with Splatoon 2. And the next thing I knew, I was doing it every day and there were people watching. And I just kept going from there. But inevitably, one, I got tired of playing Splatoon 2. And I very quickly realized that I couldn't play anything else, which was 2. And 3, I think the majority of the Splatoon community is super fucking toxic and cringy. So I very quickly was like, I can't do this anymore. It didn't last long. I think it was like a couple of months, maybe. I think it was a couple of months before I was like, nah, I need to drop this and do something else. And then in like a year, I decided to give it another shot, and I said, we'll start doing Splatoon streams for Splatfests. Like, that's the only time I'll do Splatoon. I'll do it for Splatfests. And I don't remember how the streams did, view-wise, but holy fuck was I bored. I was so bored. The one stream I actually quit like 3 hours in, and we played Tetris 99 instead. Because I was so tremendously bored. And that's a good example of what I was talking about a couple of the times when I was like, I'll just do something super mainstream to try and encourage some growth. Except I, like, immediately regretted it, because I was just bored out of my goddamn mind. Yeah, Volpe, there were a couple of people that, by the time they got Smash, I had stopped streaming it. I'd still kind of like to bring that back at some point, but I'm very... I don't want to say protective. I'm very cautious of how I do it. Because, like, Splatoon streams definitely brought those, like, sweaty tryhards where the only reason they came was because they wanted to fucking flex on everybody. And that killed it for me, like, really fast. So I would definitely want to, like... honestly, now that YouTube actually allows you to set chat to be subscriber only, that's probably what I would do for Smash Brothers. Is I'd probably just set it to subscriber only, and it's like you have to be subbed for like an hour before you can even chat and get into play. That would probably be the way I would do it. Because I'd love to do Smash Nights as like a community night, playing with you guys. That's the thing. Like, that's a big key for me with Smash Brothers. I think playing it with you guys would be fun. Playing it with random sweaty tryhard kid swag for 2069? Nah, I don't particularly want to do that. Like, no. watch them camp on Joker for 6 hours and have and do passive aggressive flexing in, oh, I can't believe I won again in chat the whole time. No, I don't. No, I don't want any part of that. Especially because for whatever reason, me calling them out just gets people going, wow, Nin's being rude. It's like, I don't know, I don't get it. Compared to other Nintendo streamers. Yeah, a lot of Nintendo streamers are like, it's what, all Mario Maker and Splatoon, right? And they probably have child audiences, so they feel like they have to have super high energy to keep their attention. I don't know why you'd put subscriber only on a speedrun. I mean, maybe they're having troll problems. Maybe they're just having an issue. I know a lot of people on Twitch currently do subscriber only because they're having some hate raid problems on Twitch right now. So a lot of people have subscriber only at the moment, or not subscriber only, follower only on Twitch. This will be subscriber only here, but you know what I mean. Works for your speedrunner or challenge style gamer if on specific games or series, but otherwise most people get bored doing the same game forever. Yeah, like, again, I see a lot of streamers who are just like, let's play Breath of the Wild again. And I'm just like, how can you play that game more than like twice in the span of 1 year? I don't get it. But sometimes I wonder if I should just go in hard on like Mega Man and Sonic stuff and just be like, just speedruns and Buster only stuff. But I feel like I would, even with the amount of games I could be playing there, I'm pretty sure I'd get bored eventually. And I'd be like, nah, I just want to play Monster Hunter, dude. I want to play Risk of Rain. I want to do something else. What, from like the content creation standpoint, Theo? I hated editing, so I strongly prefer streaming in that regard. It allows me to be lazier. I don't have to worry about everything that editing entails. I really, really disliked editing. If you mean you prefer watching recorded content over streams, I can see the appeal of both now, to be honest. I used to prefer one and then I preferred the other, and now I'm like, nah, I get the appeal of both. Alright, I'm gonna take a real short break. I really have to pee. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll start Picrossing again. Apologies to the archive watchers, since we probably just sat here for like a half an hour just chatting, so. But yeah, we'll get back to it after this, so stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute.
talking, cross until it is done. Oh yeah, if you want to do a lot of stuff with overlays, then it's very hard to do stuff like that. It's from a stream perspective, for sure. I've tried doing it. That actually reminded me. I wanted to, we talked... 2 weekends ago? Last Mario Golf stream. I talked about... We started doing that thing where we keep... I try to keep everyone's score, like, throughout the entire night to see how we perform overall. And I had the idea to start keeping score of the AI's score as well. To try and build some sort of, like, rivalry system with the AI. To kind of... We talked earlier about, like, to, like, build a narrative, I guess. And if I do all of that, I think I should probably try to put the score on screen somewhere. So that it can be, like, readily readable. For anyone. Like, no one's gonna have to ask to see it. So I'm gonna have to try and figure that out by this weekend. I forgot about that idea I had. Yeah, and if that's what the goal of the series is to be a little bit more explanatory. I don't know if that's a word, but whatever. Then that could probably work just fine. You might be interested to know, and I know Volpe is going to be interested to know. So I mentioned earlier, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow or Thursday. I haven't figured it out yet. On one hand, shelving Bravely Default has been very liberating, because I can just do whatever the fuck I want now. On the other hand, it like kind of sucks because now I'm like, well, what the fuck are we gonna do tomorrow? For the longest time, it used to be very well. Clearly, we're gonna play Bravely Default, but I found myself thinking about like, okay, well, what do I want to do this week? Do I want to start something new? I don't think I want to start something new since we're gonna start Sonic Colors on Friday. But on the other hand, Sonic Colors isn't gonna take that long. The game's not that long. But anyway, I was very close to saying, maybe we'll start Fire Emblem 1. Maybe we'll do that. Because I don't think that game's gonna take that long. So, that might be something nice and simple that we can just kind of get in and get out. Haven't fully committed to the idea yet, but I'm thinking about it. By the way, to recap again, this is
This is the haunted music box that you can't get to stop playing, and it's probably the last thing you'll hear before you die. And yet it still manages to get itself stuck in my head. There it goes again. It's a 50-second loop. It won't stop. It just goes and goes and goes. I think it might be slowly killing me, and I just haven't noticed yet. Like, I think it's just slowly draining the soul from my body. It is the actual manifestation of the feeling there is only Picross. There it goes again. We're just play it back. We're on the 10-hour extended loop. Wait for it. There it goes. There is only 2 possible sweet releases. Either finishing the puzzle or dying. Oh boy. Here we go again. There's only Picross. Loop it back. Just again, and again, and again. And then just for a change of pace,
We're gonna listen to it again. This is probably the closest I'll ever come to being a Mario Maker streamer. Of having just this one music track just playing over and over and over and over. And slowly driving me insane. Except instead of the Mario World main theme, it's this. Run it again. Wait for it. I never thought this was how I would die. If you think it's not gonna play again, boy do I got news for you. It's mesmerizing. It really is. It's gonna be, but this is actually a complete row. Five could go down there. I don't know if it is going to go down there, but it could.
6, 7. Which means that one does go there. Still go. That row is complete. Now we know this goes down here. Ooh, that's not right. Not sure how I came up with that, but that's not correct. The 5 has to go up here. Here, specifically? No, because we can't have that filled in. I did something wrong somewhere. Probably fix it. I'm not terribly concerned about it. Oh, what if that's... Okay. Alright. I see what I did. It got a little messy, and I have no idea what that's supposed to be. I don't see anything. Oh. That's not what I saw at all. No, yeah, I get you, Theo. And there's like, that's another thing, and I've always felt this, but I just kind of like dealt with it at the time. But I think there's a very key difference between brainstorming ideas with one another and being like, oh, I had this idea for such and such a thing, and relating over the fact that we both have an interest in doing something, and just like going to a stream and being like, hey, I just made a video, could you guys check out my video? Like, there's a very key difference there. And for a while, and I guess I kind of get it, because it can be difficult
to... When you're dealing with a large group of people, it can be difficult to enforce rules that are contextual. So, 2 years ago, it became very much easier for us to just say no self-promotion and then move on with our lives. No exceptions, because then people didn't... But, it was just no. None of it. But I do think context is very important. Uh-oh. How did this go awry? Oh, I see. Never mind. And it's funny because I've seen it... For the most part, I've always been kind of like... As long as it's on topic, that's fine. Like, if that's what we're talking about, and I'm... By the way of bringing the topic up, asking for people's input, then that's like... I'm kind of opening the door, right? And I think it would be foolish not to. That's something I didn't like about seeing how other streamers would handle it. They'd bring up the topic, and then they'd be talking about it, but then they'd also be like, hey, be careful with the self-promotion. It's like, you brought it up. Like, what did you expect? Like, otherwise you're just gonna have people talking about it who have no idea what they're fucking talking about because they haven't tried it. You're just gonna have a bunch of viewers who don't know anything about streaming that are gonna be trying to talk about streaming. But anyway, so I think it's foolish to be like, I brought it up, but I'm also going to police you guys talking about it. But despite that, I have seen it go awry where I've brought it up and then someone... You can tell when people are waiting for you to bring it up. Some people are just, like, waiting for the opportunity to bring up the fact that they create content. And again, it's one of those things that people probably think that we as streamers just don't notice, but we notice. I can tell when someone's doing it to, like, take part in the conversation, and when they're doing it to be like, by the way, I stream. Don't forget, I stream. They're fishing for a shout out, I think is what they try to do. They're trying to be like, by the way, you haven't shouted me out yet for being a streamer. You should probably mention that everyone should come sub to me. And it's like that's when it's like, okay, that's not. I can tell when it's natural conversation, when it's they were just looking for the opening. It's typically the people who don't take it super seriously that do that, which is kind of funny. I don't think I've ever seen anyone with, like, a very professional stream layout that they've spent hours on, like, look for opportunities to self-promote like that. It's always the people that are streaming from their PS4. You know what I mean? It's the people who put in minimal effort. Their layout is just gameplay and camera in the corner, and they haven't done any layout work at all. Those are the ones that are, like, always looking to try and get self-promotion in there. Which, hey, if that's how you want to run your stream, there's nothing wrong with that, but just... Because I think a lot of people would probably be like, well, I don't want to take it super seriously. And that's fine. You shouldn't be fishing for self-promotion and opportunities if you're not taking it super seriously. Sorry, I'm dialing it back in because all of a sudden I was like, shit, I don't know where I'm going next. Thank God the music's keeping me sane, though. Yo, what the fuck? I'm missing something here. I could probably make a couple assumptions. I typically don't want to do that, but also it's totally a whale. If you were guessing that it is a whale, you are correct. There's no way this isn't a whale. If this isn't a whale, I will eat this package of circus peanuts that I've been holding on to. I was gonna say I'll eat my hat, but then I thought of something funnier. I think I'm just gonna kind of aimlessly take a bet here. Dude, but I can't see a safe bet. Hold on. What the fuck am I missing here? This isn't that difficult. I'm just being a dumb and not seeing it. Ah. That's already filled in. That's what I was missing. That was already 8 across. For some reason, I thought it wasn't. That's another thing, Demonic. If you know people closely enough, then typically you'll know that they're like, if I were to talk about stream stuff in Twain's stream, I don't think he'd take an issue with it, for example. I think the only way he would take an issue with it is if my bringing it up caused other people to think it was okay for them to bring it up. But even then, I don't think he'd necessarily blame me for that, but... And that is something to keep in mind as well. Sometimes you gotta be careful just because you don't want to inspire other people and lead them to believe that it's okay to do. Especially if you're a mod. Because oftentimes, anything you do as a mod is going to look to other people as it's okay if I do that too. That's why I'm very against mods giving the streamer a hard time. Because that makes it look like... Inevitably, viewers are gonna try it too. And they're gonna be like, oh, well, the mod gives them a hard time all the time, so clearly I can fuck with them too, right? So I always try to keep that in mind. If there's someone around, like, again, to use Twain as an example, if I'm hanging out in Twain's chat, and for whatever reason I'm like, oh, I should bring up the fact that I'm going to play such and such a game next week, because I think Twain will be interested in that. I always think about, is there anyone present who's gonna see that and think, well, Nintagious can self-promo, why can't I self-promo? Now, again, I feel like that's just not as much of a thing these days. Like, I can't really recall the last time I just legitimately thought somebody was self-promoting. Like, that was the only reason they came to a chat. It, like, just... It kind of died with Fortnite. I don't even hear the song anymore, man. It's just... I'm numb to it. A trickier one I'm having trouble with lately, and I think I mentioned this like a couple weeks ago, but due to the fact that I watch a lot more Twitch now because I've just been able to find a variety of content that YouTube is sorely lacking, I don't know how to network on Twitch. Cross-platform networking just kind of isn't a thing. I feel like no matter the context, bringing up that you're a YouTube streamer in a Twitch chat is probably, like, there's no elegant way to do that. Which is unfortunate, because even when they're talking about, like, OBS problems or something, I want to offer my input, but I'm like, I don't know how to, without it just coming off poorly. Now, another thing, and I think this is what got me thinking about YouTube's self-promo stigma, is the fact that they don't police that on Twitch. People just don't self-promote on Twitch. It's just not a thing. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get in trouble for self-promotion. I think if someone does pull the Fortnite kid, where they just come to a stream and say, hey, I'm going live, they just can immediately get banned. Like, there's no conversation. It's just people are like, no, this is not an okay thing to do. And even that I don't see happen very often. I think it was very exclusively a thing that YouTube dealt with in the Fortnite days. And maybe, what do I know? Maybe other streamers don't police self-promotion as much as I think they do. I think the most important thing will always be you just have to be aware of, are you taking attention away from the streamer? And that's where a couple of, like, problematic self-promoters that I've seen on YouTube drop the ball, is they don't seem to realize that they're outright taking attention away from the streamer and they need to stop. Or they know they're doing it and that's exactly what they want. So they don't think to stop because that's their goal, is to get everyone's attention. But I think that's where the line gets crossed. I think as soon as everyone turns their attention to you instead, that's when... Like, even as someone who's just trying to naturally take part in a conversation about streaming, I think that's the one thing... That's my advice to anyone. If you're trying to talk to a streamer about streaming, I think that's the key. The key thing to keep in mind is, am I outright taking attention away from the streamer right now? That's the ones that that's the ones that I have always had a problem with, are the people that they come to a chat just to talk about themselves. And this isn't just a self-promo thing, it's a people thing in general. You'll see people come to chat just to do what I've referenced before as being trauma dumping, where they come to a chat, They don't ask how, like, they'll blankly ask how people are doing. But they won't, like, join in on a conversation that's already being had. They'll just be like, well, my life sucks, and here's the 17 reasons why it does, when no one asked. And it's like, it's very obviously a, you came here for attention. And I think that's just, like, one of the rudest things you can do in a stream chat, because whether they love the attention or not, it is the streamer's show. It's not your show. Like I've mentioned before, I don't want everyone to be, like, doting on me or anything and being like, wow, that speedrun you did was so good. You're the best. I can't believe how good you are. Like, eventually I'm gonna tell them to hop off my dick. But, like, for the most part, I'd rather talk about you guys. But on the other hand, if somebody comes just to be like, hey, talk about me, it's like, okay, who are you? In a roundabout way, it's like what we were talking about earlier, Volpe, with video games making you care about the storyline. It's the same thing. Like, as people, you have to give me a reason to care. You can't just exposition dump in my face and expect me to be like, wow, you're so interesting. Like, show me you can act like a person first, and then maybe we can talk. As I get older and older, I think it's interesting how many things with gaming and streaming in general, I guess, can segue into other conversations and be like, oh yeah, this is like what we were talking about earlier. I used to think that was like such a weird thing to do, but then I realized that other people were weird, because I used to have things where I'd be talking with people and they'd be like, oh man, this coworker of mine, oh man, there are just no words for this guy. And I'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds like this one priest we have in our World of Warcraft raids. And they'd always look at me like really weird and be like, no, I'm talking about the real world, not video games. And I'd be like, that's a real person. And in a roundabout way, he's kind of when you're raiding in an MMO, that's basically a full-time job. They are your coworkers, more or less, except you're not getting paid. You're still dealing with people, and therefore it's still a relatable subject. But people used to always give me these weird looks of like, no, I'm talking about real life. And I'd be like... So I just kind of convinced myself eventually that, yeah, that's a weird thing to do. But then, like, now recently, I'm like, no, it's not that weird. People just are weird for thinking it's weird, which is a pretty common society issue. Like, I don't know. Look at anyone really. I mean, I'm bad at doing it, but I've tried to make a habit of like when people get here, I'll like. I mean, of course I'll ask like, how's it going? But I've also tried to make a habit of asking like, oh, have you been? I know you've been playing such and such a game lately. How's that going? That was like, I think that shows that you provided enough to the conversation at some point that you made me care, right? Because I actually remembered that, like, oh yeah, you were playing this game. How's that going? And you probably weren't really trying to make an impact there. You were just making conversation. People should be worried less about making an impact, I guess is my overall point with all of this. I think a lot of people have, like, main character syndrome. The fuck am I looking at? Where they think they have to be, like, the star of the show, and they have to be, like, I'm the one that's important here. And they can't accept the fact that someone else might be the current star of the show. I have no idea what I'm looking at on this one. Is that a person? Oops. What button did I just press? Okay. Like, is that a person? He's got, he's kind of got, like, a face, right? And then he has, like, he's, like, flexing his arm, and there's, like, a big tattoo on his arm. I think? I have no idea, dude. That's a good way of looking at it, Demonic. Like, that's another thing. Sometimes people will be... Sometimes people... It's an open conversation, right? Where people will be like, hey, so does, anyone out there, use such and such software for streaming or something like that? That's one thing. But then there's also, if I'm, like, specifically asking... Like, if I were asking Twain something about OBS... That's not necessarily an open invitation for just anyone to input, right? That might not be a great example. You know what I mean, though. I think that's a good rule of thumb, is just... Are they talking to everyone in general, or are they talking to one specific person? Dislike this one. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. I think another one is like... I think we highlighted this earlier, where like... Sometimes people want to get into streaming themselves, and they just have questions for the streamer, right? And even then, it's like, well, how do I bring that up without it looking like self-promotion? I think something like that could be fixed if YouTube actually gave us a messaging service. Because, like, on Twitch, if you wanted to contact someone about that, unless they have all whispers blocked, you can just contact them and say, hey, I have... Or you could even ask them in the stream, say, hey, I have some streaming-related questions. Do you think you could answer them for me at some point? Which is, you're still in a way bringing it up, but you're not bringing it up in a you're bringing it up in a I acknowledge that talking about this on stream is probably not the best way of doing it. But you can't really do stuff like that on YouTube, so it's like your hands are kind of tied, right? This one sucks. Did you just make that up, Theo? You gotta know that it's like climbing Mount Everest. You gotta know the right places to go in the correct timing, or else you're gonna freeze before you reach the top. Like, that's very accurate. Hey, Lan, how's it going? Did YouTube used to... I guess I kind of remember that. I still think that YouTube's biggest fault is that they don't want it to be, like, a social platform. They want everything to be automated and as impersonal as possible. And I think that might perhaps be their biggest fault. Did we, like, go up a difficulty tier? Like, all of a sudden things are... This one's pretty tricky. Uh-oh. Well, I was dropping frames for a second, but it seems to be okay now. So, give it a minute to balance. Yeah, it looks like it's already fine. Not quite full pay. Advertising's more like you want money and you have to convince people to give you money. Try to keep an eye on bitrate, upload rate to make sure it's not completely dropping. It looks like it's okay though. I think I might have to do the thing that we were doing earlier. Like, we're gonna have to, like, just, like, let's just fill this in. Okay, so the 7 can't come up this far. Because then there's no room for the 4. How much did that actually help us? It's kind of wild to me that this game of all things actually taught me a new technique. No, it wasn't you that time, Theo. I was dropping frames for like a couple seconds. Seems to be fine now. See, I'd like to help. I mean, realistically, let me actually be humble for a second and say I still am a small streamer. But
I would like to help other small streamers out, but it's like I don't know how to anymore. Because I don't understand how YouTube works anymore in terms of like growth or anything like that. I can only give opinions on like how to attract me as a viewer is about the only thing I can give opinions on. Like realistically, I can only say, well, don't do this because I wouldn't want to watch that. But there probably are plenty of other people who would. There must be something else here. Like, what else did this give me? I hate the fact that I, like, can't raid anymore. Like, no, that's a 50-50 thing. Maybe 33, 33, 33. Because on one hand, often don't have a lot of viewers at the end of the stream. But even when I do, I don't usually have anyone live. I need to, like, try to find more streamers somehow. And I think it might just be as simple as asking you guys, but I maybe I should put a channel on Discord for it. Then I could basically put out a ping and say, "Hey guys, give me a list of like recommended streamers that stream around this time, that stream not Mario Maker." Because I don't like the idea of doing it in chat, right? I'd rather have it on Discord where I can reference it in the future. But then there's also the other third of it where sometimes I just don't want to raid. Usually by the end of the stream I'm hungry, and all I want to do is go make something to eat. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to raid. Like, I just want to go fucking heat up some pizza or something. But a lot of it's just that I need more targets. Maybe I should do that. Make like a temporary Discord server. Not server. Channel on the server. Just to act as a, hey guys, look through your streamers that fit these requirements. And then I can just go through them, try to watch them, decide like, oh yeah, I like this one. I've maybe gotten too complacent in regards to stuff like that. I used to network a lot more, and then I got too jaded, I guess, about no one streams anything other than fucking Mario and Zelda, so I just stopped looking for streamers. It's just kind of like, oh, well, it sucks now. I'll just wait for people to find me, I guess. Which is stupid. Admittedly. I'm not gonna try to act like it isn't. What the fuck am I missing here? Alright, so we're gonna have to do the same thing with the 4 over here and see what we can triangulate. Okay. I think the 4 has to go down. No, it can't go down here because it has to connect here, but this can't. So the 4 can't go down here. It has to go up here. Oh, now we are fucking cooking. A little bit. One step at a time. So I guess I'm not going to say that I'm absolutely going to do that, but I'll say that those of you that are on Discord, which I think most of you here are, keep an eye out, and maybe I'll try and put something like that together. I'll just make like a temporary channel and put out a ping like that. Because I'm sure that there are streamers out there that I don't... the worst case is that you guys are going to recommend a bunch of people that I've already unsubbed from for various reasons. But, there's got to be some out there that I'm not yet familiar with. They can't all be fucking Mario Maker streamers, right? Just have to... Yeah, just have to put forth an effort again into actually seeking them out. It's another fucking Wario Land enemy, dude. This one I actually recognize. How many people feel like the music is driving them slowly insane? Everybody? Just... all of them? I can tolerate them doing Mario Maker like once a week, as long as everything else isn't also Mario related. I have a couple of streamers that I subscribe to for that reason, because they were like, I was like, they play Mario Maker, but it's only once a week. But then the rest of the week is Mario Kart, Mario 3D World, Mario 64, Mario Kart. And it's like Mario Party. It's just Mario, 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 Mario. And that's like almost as bad. You don't unsub from people? Then you say maybe you should because you don't watch them. I mean, realistically... Not that I would wish it on anyone, but realistically the sub count is supposed to show us how many people are watching. So having quote-unquote dead subs, people that just never come to streams or watch content, is like, that's kind of bloating the number. And we don't necessarily want that. That's why I stopped feeling guilty about it. For a while I did the same thing, where I was like, I'm not gonna unsub because I feel bad, but then I was like, but if I don't watch them, then there's not really anything to feel bad about. I think the one I still haven't gotten over
is when I think that, to put it simply, I'll be like, well, they seem like a cool guy. So I don't want to unsub because they seem cool. But then at the same time, they do nothing but play Mario, so I'm like, I'm never gonna watch their content. Unless hell freezes over and they suddenly decide to play something else, I'm just never going to watch their content. So them being a cool guy doesn't... It kind of doesn't matter. I think a lot of people haven't played any Wario games. To be fair, there aren't a ton of them. And they're not exactly easy to come by. It's not like they're available on a virtual console or anything. Might be one of the leading reasons why I think they need to get a Game Boy Switch Online thing, because then you can put all the Wario lands on there. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who have never played them. But the sad truth is that those people are probably still not going to play them, so... I think people fear variety, which is weird to me. Like we were saying earlier, like, even if I were to just commit to doing nothing but play Mega Man games, I'd get bored. Even though there's, like, dozens and dozens of those fucking games. You think, how could I ever get bored of it? Because, like, I like variety, dude. Sometimes I want to play Monster Hunter or Mario Golf or something. I almost feel bad for people, and this sounds like super condescending, but I almost feel bad for people that just playing, like, normie Mario games indefinitely is, like, enough for them, because you're missing out on so much. There's so much you could experience, and you're just choosing not to, and that's kind of sad. Oh, there's so many games that, like, I haven't experienced yet. And I'm sure I'm missing out, too. So, you know, on that note, you can't ever get to everything, so don't stress about that, but... I don't know, imagine having all of these super cool games in the world, and you just spend all of your time playing Mario World ROM hacks. Like... Just imagine. Same people who probably play Mario Golf and they pick Mario because they just have no imagination, opinion, or personality. Oh boy, I just like blanked really hard and forgot everything I was doing.
maybe one of the most unfortunate things about this music track is it's kind of lullaby-y. I could see myself drifting off to this music, and then probably having a horrifying nightmare, but... How many people are you subscribed to, Volpe? Out of curiosity. I wonder if it's even less than I'm subscribed to. I'm subscribed to like 30 people. And a lot of them are like very close to being unsubbed from because I never watch their content. I watch like 4 people on YouTube anymore. You can change the background music, but why would I do that? Are you implying that the music should be changed, Volpe? Is that what you're getting at? How do you even look at your subscriptions? I forget how to even bring that up because YouTube is so fucking not intuitive to use. I mean, judging by my sidebar, it's actually about 50, a little over 50. But looking right away, I see like a half a dozen right away that I should unsub from. Because either I never watch their content or they never stream. I have a couple on here that I'm like, I forgot I was even subscribed to them because I don't think they've streamed in several months. There's a lot on here that I'm like, I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen one of their streams. Because they must not stream anymore. Yeah, I could see myself purging that pretty soonish. No, there's a way to bring up like an actual list of your subscriptions. I just don't know how to do it. Unless they got rid of it. There was a way to look at them outside of the sidebar for sure. I just don't remember how to do it. Oh, manage. It doesn't show us. You didn't show you a number though. That's what I was looking for. Well, judging by this, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 52, apparently. I have 52 subscriptions. And I'd go out on a limb and say half of them I never watch, or they don't stream anymore.
Or yeah, it's people like Mike who are like, they don't stream anymore, but I probably won't unsub. I have a couple on there like that, where it's like, yeah, they don't stream, but I don't necessarily want to unsub. Apologies again to archive watchers who were probably just like, "What are you doing? What, like you said pick and cross until it's done, and now you're not picking and crossing." All right. Give me a minute. It's a fucking giraffe, by the way. Pretty sure. Also play it back. Play it again, Maestro. Again. So what if we're slowly going insane? There is only Picross. Of course it has, like, giant fucking googly eyes again. Why's everything gotta be a fucking Mario character? Like... I understand it's Mario Picross, but still. Can't it just be a giraffe, for fuck's sake? Ah, it's wrong. Back it up. That row's actually complete. This is dopey ass giraffe, dude. Sure, subscribe to people that you don't care, and they said subscribe to me, and you never watched that guy. The best move to pull. See, I try to avoid doing that. If I don't think I'm gonna actually watch their content, I'm not gonna subscribe. Oh, we still have 20 minutes. Jeez. I'm starting to feel the burn a little bit. Ugh. Looks like we can finish this set of puzzles at least. Another one you know what I need to purge even worse than YouTube? Is my Twitch follower, like who I follow on Twitch. I have so many, I'm subscribed to so many people on there, and like, most of them, a lot of them I don't even remember who they are or what they play. It was someone I saw on GDQ running something, and then I was like, yeah, sure, I'll sub to them. And then I never watched them. And now I'm just kind of like, who are they? So I've tried to stop just subbing to everybody, or following everybody that I see on GDQ now. Despite following all of these people on Twitch, I only ever watch like 3 people. Four if you count Twain, I guess. Which, I mean, counts. Want to like cartoon animals? It's not that, it's just they look really dopey in this game. Alright, Theo, take it easy. Yeah, it's getting pretty late. Like I said, I think we got about 20 minutes left in this stream, and I'll be packing it in myself, so... But thanks for stopping in and hanging out. But we do know that... And yeah, like I said, I'm starting to feel the burn a little bit, so yeah, it's definitely time to wrap it up soon. This won't be oh, maybe we'll go a little bit later tonight. It's like, nah. We done. I'm tired. These streams can be pretty exhausting from a mental standpoint, for sure. I feel like most people will agree. Most people who have played Picross are probably going to agree that 6 hours of Picross is kind of fucking bonkers. I don't think anyone's going to be like, man, whatever, what a baby. Like, I think most people are going to be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of Picross. But, we gotta pick and cross until it's done. Such a dumb reference I came up with. Just, like, hit me all, like, damn, why am I still quoting that? That's so stupid. I don't even remember how I came up with it. Where I was like, what if Picross, but also Doom? Like, how? How did my brain make that? Didn't I use, like, Brave and Default until it's done one night, too? Maybe that's where it came. Maybe that was the first one I did. I don't remember. It's dumb, either way. It's dumb. You don't have to tell me. I know it. That's not right. I screwed up somewhere. And I'm not sure where. Well, I know where. It's there, but I don't know where this one is supposed to go, is the problem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The giraffe Pokemon with the palindrome. Oh, race car. Yeah. I... I get you. Fuck, I think it, like, got in my head a little bit now, too. When now I'm, like... I know something's wrong, but I have no idea where it went wrong. No, it needs to get fixed, but I don't know. That feels bad. Can confirm that much. I'm just gonna keep trucking and hope it clicks into place somewhere else, I guess. I know you meant giraffe rig. But race cars also a palindrome was the stupid joke. You're gonna have... Okay, after this many hours of Picross, you're gonna have to deal with me making stupid jokes, okay? There's part of what went wrong. But what does that mean in the long run? What did I do? Okay, we need a restart here. Something went seriously wrong here, and I don't know where. I don't know where I messed up there. It was like one little mistake that I didn't notice I made, and then it spiraled out of control. Okay, get your head back in the fucking game. What are you doing? You are better than this. You killed Mega Picross. You can do this. This is a different puzzle, by the way, for just in case anyone looked away for like a second and you missed that I picked a different one. I usually like to kind of free my mind before I try the same puzzle a second time. Because I don't want to make the same mistake that I made the first time. By making assumptions, thinking I already know what the puzzle is. We do know.
How does race car connect with... Yeah, you got it. Take it easy, Demonic, by the way. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Unfortunately, I'm definitely starting to drag a little bit here. I'd like to finish this entire, like, level of puzzles, but it might not be in the cards. It might be asking too much. But on the other hand, Picross will not be denied, so... Just have to see what we can get done here. Fuck, dude. My brain is starting to stop working. I know what I said. Come on, brain. Piece it together. What are you doing? These are getting hard. Oh, I see it. I see it. Shut up, I got it.
Speaking of Pokemon, this looks kind of Pokemon-y, doesn't it? Yeah, it's fucking Sui and Stantler? Dude, this game was ahead of its time. Why does it have a giant fucking cartoon eyeball, dude? Stop. Why couldn't it just be a normal looking deer? They literally just glued a giant googly eye on the side of its head. Why, dude? Oh my goodness. Whew. This game is breaking me. I'd love to finish these last two, but I'm kind of running low on Steam here. Perhaps, obviously, by the way, I just fucking lost it at this googly-eyed deer moose? Maybe it's supposed to be a moose. Either way, their eyes don't look like that. I've never seen one face-to-face, but I'm pretty sure they don't look like that. Alright, so another thing is it looks like we're almost done, right? But so there's 12 puzzles per stage. There's 11 on Mario's side. This makes for 132. I'm pretty sure this game has 300 puzzles. Oh my god. Yeah, there's... Does that math work out? I don't know if that math works out. Yeah, there's a total of 300 puzzles in the game. There's 132 on Mario's side. Which means there's 168 on Wario's side. Does that even divide into 12 evenly? 14. So there's 14 stages on Wario's side. We still have a while to go. We're not as close to finishing this as it looks. Some of you might be like, you have 2 puzzles left here and then 1 stage left and then you're done. You're really gonna save that for like a full stream? Yes, because there's more after this. So, yes. As a matter of fact, yes. It's not Luigi Picross. Luigi does not get his own Picross, sad to say. But he has, like, multiple mansions, so I think he'll be fine. So yeah, if anything, I dislike stopping when we only had 2 left in this level. It would have been nice to completely finish this off, and then we could have just started on level 10 next time. But, I'm burned. As we were just saying, 6 hours of Picross is like, it's a lot of Picross. Around like 5.5 hours, that's when my brain starts to just be like, I know work no more. You, fuck you. No work. Done. That's my brain right now. So I think we're just gonna, and it's, I mean, we're right at the 6 hour mark of the stream, so I would either end it now and my OCD is a little bothered, or we would go for an extra half an hour to finish those last 2 puzzles and my brain would really be mushy. So we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna call it quits now. But we got a lot done tonight. Pretty pleased with how this turned out, I think. I still don't know what we're doing tomorrow. At the moment, I'm thinking we're gonna get in an extra Risk of Rain night, since we didn't really get a full one on Friday. So I think we might do that tomorrow. Wednesday, I'll be off. Thursday, I don't know what we're doing either, but at the moment, I think I'm going to do another Avengers night. I might talk myself out of that. I'm trying to get... I set a milestone for myself in regards to everyone's equipment in Avengers. So I'm trying to get everyone up to that point before I potentially do another Avengers stream so that we can do one of the Mega Hives. But ultimately, similarly to Bravely Default, I don't necessarily feel like grinding it out to that extent, so I might talk myself out of that. Maybe we'll start Fire Emblem. Maybe I'll just say fuck it, and we'll just start 2 new playthroughs this weekend. It seems like this week. It seems like a bad idea, but maybe we'll just do it. I guess I could do another night of Mega Man X Dive. I'm probably not going to do that, though. I think, again, I want to kind of grind that out to get, like, way stronger before I do another stream. I might bring back Loop Hero or something like that. I don't know. I don't want to promise anything because I feel like it could easily change last minute. With the exception of tomorrow, I think we're going to commit to Risk of Rain tomorrow because I should really let Eno know that's what we're doing so that he knows to be here. I don't want to, like, fuck around when it comes to other people needing to be involved and just change things at the last minute. So I think that's what we'll do tomorrow. I also thought about doing one of the Monster Hunter Crash courses on Thursday to try and get myself back into finishing those up. So I don't know. Thursday is who knows what. I think tomorrow will be Risk of Rain unless I change my mind overnight. I'll try to have it decided on by morning at least so I can have the stream scheduled and everything. Friday Sonic Colors comes out, so we'll play that. Saturday, I would assume we're gonna have a Mario Golf update with September. So we'll probably do some Mario Golf on Saturday. I don't know about Sunday yet either. It might be Mega Man X Dive. It might be one of the Monster Hunter Crash courses to try and get through that. It might be... Maybe I'll get back into speedrunning. Maybe I'll do an art stream. I have no idea. I haven't decided yet. I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I can just be like, I'll figure it out when we get there. It's kind of a nice feeling to just be like, I'll wait to see what I feel. I'll wait till Saturday and see what I feel like doing, and then I'll decide then. So I'm kind of sticking with that. There's a lot of potential options, but otherwise, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I'm gonna go get some pizza and let my brain stop working for a moment and just kind of just pull one of these. I'm probably just gonna I'm gonna see who's on Twitch. Maybe I'll actually see who's on YouTube first. Probably isn't gonna be anybody. No, I'll probably just pull one of these and just relax. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I'm glad that we got back into this. We can probably one more stream for this. We might have to go a little overtime next week to get it all done, but I think we could potentially do it in one more stream. And then I don't know if I'm going to take a small break from Picross or if we'll jump straight back into Picross S5 to get that done. I think we still have like 3 streams of that, so I might take a short break before we jump into that. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Scarlett, did you really get here right at the end of the stream? Really? And you're gonna make me feel bad that now I'm ending and you just got here? Is that really what's happening right now? We're probably gonna do another Risk of Rain night tomorrow because on Friday we got cut short because Ina got pulled away for something. So I think we're gonna try and do another night of that before we like officially shelve it for a little bit. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'd really like to get in another night of it, and that seems like the best place to do it. I don't want to like sacrifice anything for it, and like Tuesday and Thursday are just kind of like completely open, so it's like might as well just huck it in there. And the weekend's pretty busy, so So thank you again, everyone, for hanging out tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow for probably Risk of Rain, and we'll come back to Picross next Monday. It'll be September by then. So, Scarlett, I'm sorry that you got here right as we ended, but you know what? You missed 6 hours, so that's on you. I hope all is well though. I'm super hungry, and my brain no worky anymore. So let me make sure we do that really quick. And now let's get out of here. So take it easy. Thank you again, everyone, for hanging out tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow.